Boom. Okay, cool. So this is Vamata Kane with Warframe Breakdown, where we break down Warframe so you can be broken in Warframe. So today what we're going to go over are kuva liches. And it is a very long and lengthy process. And as you can see, I have over 50 kuva liches that I've killed and converted as a total amount. And these are all the ones that we can look at. So we're going to go over what are these, what benefit do these serve us, and how do we get one, and what do we do with it when we get it. So without further ado, let's go ahead and we'll go this way. And we're just going to go ahead and check out things that we have. So the kuva liche process, there are a few different requisites that you need to have before you go ahead and dive just right into this process. The very first thing that you have to have is you have to have gone through the star chart enough all the way to make it to Pluto, all the way over here. And when you make it to Pluto, there's a junction here. And as you can see in the junction, you can see the very first thing that pops up in the bottom left was the War Within quest. Once you complete the War Within quest, once you complete that junction, you can then start the War Within quest, which can be found all the way back here by your codex. You come into your codex here, we can scroll down and we can find that War Within right there. And we click on it and we'd start it and we complete that. Once we've completed that quest and we become an MR8, there will be a new little cinematic that will pop up. And you can... Okay, so you're supposed to be able to view it on Xbox. However, DE has lovingly broken this button for us. So we used to be able to watch it, and even though I've written a few different posts about them fixing this button in the forums, we just get a black screen on a console. So whenever DE feels like doing that for us, they will go ahead and fix that button for us so that we can actually view that wonderful cinematic again. But yeah, so you get that lovely cinematic, and it's basically just a Grineer soldier. He's going before the Kuva Queens. He's a larvaling, and then he gets imbued with Kuva. So after you complete all that jazz and you come to the end, the next thing you have to do is just go to any Grineer planet that has an enemy above level 20 or higher. So those planets would contain basically Saturn and above. But it's not every node on Saturn. So if we go to Saturn, I'm going to leave myself off a still path, because that's what a normal player would be on. As you can see that there's a level 21 to 23. Actually, let's see. Is there a level 20? So that says 28, 18 to 20. So see how it says 18 to 20 right here? Assuming that if this was per se a Grineer planet, this one would not qualify because it has that level 18 to 20. So you have to make sure that it's a level 20 or higher. So we go here, there's 24 to 26. You got a whole bunch of other different modes there, 22 to 24, just level 20 or higher. The personal favorite that I've come to like is Cassini. And the reason why I like Cassini is when we go into it, we will come across the enemies and we'll be able to kill them real quickly. On top of being able to kill them real quickly, that if the target isn't a burden to try to kill, you just go in, you find them, you kind of just sort of slice at them a couple of times. Even if you're kind of a little bit of a lower player, it should be a relatively easy mission. But as soon as you kill that capture target, you should get some yellow flashing on your screen, and then you'll get some dialogue from a Kuva Guardian, and then you can choose to go ahead and choose that particular enemy that pops up as a kuva liche. So let me go ahead and just explain. So we're going to go ahead and go through this mission, and we're going to try to find our larvaling here. So the very first thing is get the larvaling, and we're going to Cassini on Saturn in order to make it happen. And let's see, he's 51 meters away. You're going to see how fast we get that dialogue real quick. Now, if you do like an extermination on Sedna, before Sedna was the like OG place to do it, so you might hear people saying, "Oh, well, I preferred Sedna." That used to be the case when this wasn't like a guarantee, but now on Cassini, after defense target, it's essentially a guarantee for the most part. So we just kind of go through here, and we should start getting some yellow flashing here. There's the yellow flash. I'm just going to pop down some of that stuff. I'm going to go ahead and activate my prime, and he's going to get immediately... Oh, he's almost dead, even though he knocked me over. I'm just going to switch to my second, and we're going to go ahead and, as you can see, I'm keeping up with my prime here. And I should be able to kill him. Now, if I don't kill enough guys fast enough, then I don't end up getting the prompt afterwards. There will be a yellow timer that goes afterwards, and then I will have just failed, and I won't have gotten it. As you can see, I did get it. So there's a Kuva Guardian, and there's my little guy. So I'm going to look at it. And so you don't want to just stab him. You can come up to him, and you can look at him, and you can see there's a weapon I can pick. Now, if I choose to go ahead and hold X on this, I can choose to get the Kuva Twin Stubbas. Now, I'm not a very big fan of the Twin Kuva Stubbas. There's a lot of people that are out there that love the Twin Kuva Stubbas. It's just not a weapon for me. I just really don't prefer it, so I'm going to go ahead and skip it, and we're going to go ahead and do this again. So, and that's what, we'll just do that just to make my life easy. If it was something like, the weapons that you truly want to be looking for when you're doing this is, there's the Kuva Shield Egg, the Kuva Chakakur, and the Kuva Brahma. Those by far are my top favorites. The only reason why I'm not listing the Kuva Ogress is because once you start down the path of the Kuva Ogress, even though it's a really great weapon, it's not actually a bad weapon. I use it for even lich hunting. Even I took it down, used it to take down my level 5 liches. The only reason why I'm not saying the Kuva Ogress, it's a semi-automatic bazooka. I'm not saying it because once you use it once and once you try getting more of it, you'll get them nonstop. So even if you choose not to go with it, they did something weird with the drop table since this release, and the Kuva Ogress just happens to pop out a crap ton. Like, it is a crazy amount of how often and how frequently it pops out. So that's the only reason why I don't recommend the Kuva Ogress. My Kuva Ogress is already 60%. And typically when you're starting out Kuva Lich hunting, you're going for the kill. So there's two benefits to going after the Kuva Liches is, like I said, you're probably trying to go for the kill, but you actually have an option with Kuva Liches. Kuva Liches, there's two options at the end, towards the end of this. And I'm kind of getting a little bit ahead of myself, a little bit ahead of this process. Like, we're still focusing on the larvaling, and I'm talking about killing the Kuva Lich. But anyways, when we're killing or converting the Kuva Lich, that happens at the end, when we've done everything that we need to do. There's a last final moment, the final battle between the assassin, the hunter that's coming after us, and us. And you can either choose to convert the Kuva Lich, and you drain all of its Kuva, and it becomes a friend, or you can choose to kill it. And if you choose to kill it, then you can just ultimately make that, you can get the weapon, you can get the ephemeras, and it will no longer come after you. Or you can choose to convert it, and then it'll become a friend. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead. We're going to try getting our larvaling again. We've gotten him to spawn in once before. Let's see if we'll get something good out of this. And for the people who are going to just watch this on YouTube later, who don't really want to watch the stream, I will create a video for everybody to view later that will have me kind of rush through this, so that way you can get a further in-depth detail of the process here. That way you can speed up, because it is a long process. So when I say that this is a long process, I mean it is laced with RNG, with a hint of RNG, topped with some RNG, with a little bit more RNG, and when you finally think you haven't had enough RNG, you get some more RNG. And it is everybody's least favorite game mode, and I've done this 50 times, and it makes me hate my life. But I've done it nonetheless, because I'm hoping they will make this game mode better. I'm just desperately hoping that they'll make it better and make this grind not so grindy, and that's just when they're going to add it over in. So the benefit that they're adding to the future to the Kuva Liches is when we do get these Kuva Liches, the Kuva Liches that are going to come after us. I'll just go ahead and go with this one. I don't even need it, but I'll go with it. When they actually do come out with the Kuva Liches in a future update for Empyrean, they're going to move this entire thing all the way over to Empyrean. When they do move it over to Empyrean, that's when we will be able to get some of the results that we wanted with the Kuva Lich system initially. We'll be able to hire them on as mates for our Railjacks, but in the meantime, it's just kind of a nasty little just grind for just a weapon. But we're actually going to be able to hire them on as crewmates instead of actually having people, so we can kind of sort of have an easier time soloing Railjack missions in Vel Proxima. And that's supposed to be coming out this year with the Queen Pin system, which are basically Granum Void liches, which we'll be having. Like even DE's called them Granum Void liches, but it's called the Queen Pin system. The Kuva liches are the King Pin system. So here we go. We're leaving here now. So now that we've gotten our larvaling, we're going to get introduced to our actual lich. When we get introduced to our actual lich, there's a couple of things that you might want to have done before you get to this point that I kind of sort of skipped ahead on. So we've completed the War Within quest. We've done our level 20 mission. We've gotten our larvaling, but then we have to get Requiem relics, and then we have to crack those Requiem relics to get Requiem mods, and then we have to equip our Requiem mods to our Parazons. And then when we equip our Requiem mods to our Parazons, we got to solve the puzzle that is our Kuva Lich. And then we will kill it. He's still upset about that. Man, just let it go, bro. Let it go. Okay, so I'm going after the Kuva Lich to convert him. I'm not going to kill him, just so that we're understanding. But it's the same process whether or not you convert or you kill. That makes me so happy to see that energy inside that circle. That is going to be fabulous. This is a great looking Kuva Lich in my opinion. We got a Kuva Nucor. We got a hunched over old man. And if we look at our stats here, so there's a couple of things that we noticed with this. So let's go over the very first part before we get too far into detail with that. And then we'll go over this last part. So like I was saying before, we've completed the War Within quest. We've done our mission with a level of 20 or higher, but before we should have done that, we should have done 2 other things. We should have gotten all 8 of our Requiem mods, and we should have gotten our Requiem relics. So to get Requiem relics, it's simple as going to navigation, and after you complete the War Within quest, you'll have these Kuva Siphon missions that pop up. And as you can see, these missions, they kind of give you a little bit of information. We have the location where it is, what kind of mission it is, and we know that we get Kuva with a chance of a Requiem relic. So we'll go down here. This is Kuva Flood, and there is a guaranteed Requiem relic. So chance versus guarantee. Now this chance is a 50-50 that you'll get a tier 5, a Requiem relic, and you'll be able to use it on these tier 5 Kuva missions. So as you can see, these symbols look a little different than those ones. Those are the tier 5s. So here we'll go. We'll go here. And let's see, this one's a Kuva Flood with a Requiem relic. We'll go ahead and do this one, just so that you can see what a Requiem relic looks like when you actually get it. And we're going to go ahead and go into this mission. Now, when you're going into this mission, it's very important that you make sure you have a decent Tenno that can do some different things, and you kind of sort of have to know what you're doing. So this is a Kuva Flood mission. So we're going to come after, we'll come after some Kuva Guardians and some enemies, and then we'll use our Tenno essentially to help us along the way. Oh, beautiful. I love this tile set. This is one of the newest tile sets, and it's just gorgeous. They did a really good job with it. Here we go. As you can see, I'm using my Kuva Shield Egg. So you can tell this is this information is coming from somebody who's done it a few different times. Just been around the park at least once.
Target located. Bring them in.
So we got our capture target there. He's running away. We're not going to let him run away for too long. Oh, why is this level 100? I didn't accidentally throw myself into a Steel Path mission, did I? Oh, you know what? I bet you that's just the scaling on the fact that it's a Kuva mission. So he's down. I got him. And now we're looking for kind of like a weird braided looking thing. And we should start getting some dialogues from some people here in a bit about the Kuva, and they'll start going on about Kuva, but that's just on the way as we complete the mission. So I chose a capture because it's relatively quick, unless you have a hard time traversing through the map, like I'm struggling here. And we're looking for the Kuva Guardians. And then after we do that, it will give us Kuva. Kuva is a resource that you'll use to roll. Oh, there they are. That's what I'm looking for. So see this? So this is a Kuva Siphon. And I don't know why it's called Kuva Flood, to be honest. It's like exactly identical to a Kuva Siphon. A Kuva Siphon mission will be literally identical. Not entirely sure the significance here, but we're just going to go ahead and yeet these guys. Now, just to be certain, when you're actually killing your Kuva Lich, you do not have to use the same Warframe throughout the entire thing. Let's see.
I give you maggots the honor of eating from my scrap trough, and
Let's see. So we took out one of the braids. So what I was doing there is I was using my alt fire. I didn't exactly see the gas cloud. There's these gas clouds that you have to imbue with void energy as they come. And those are what actually take out the siphon. So yeah, if you're not familiar, you will have to do this mission in order to get your Lich. If you do not have any Requiem mods. Oh, there it is. Boom, boom, boom. Nope. Oh, it ate it. So yeah, you saw the gas cloud. You saw it get sucked in. But I was supposed to actually shoot that thing, and I should have used my alt fire, and I didn't, against my better judgment. And as you can see, I got a dot in the top left. Now, every dot that gets filled is that much less kuva I get. So ideally, you just want to go ahead and shoot those gas clouds with your void energy. That way, you don't have those dots filled. Let's see, we got another one. Boom, see how that? And you can see that I got some red stuff all over my Tenno. That's how you also know that you actually got the cloud as well. And we'll go ahead and see if we got any more clouds coming. And you just kind of look for the braid to lift. Let's see, it's coming from this direction. Got it in the cloud. Wow, that doesn't sound right. I got it in the cloud. Oh, man. And we got just one more braid left, and then we got this mission that's come to a nice, abrupt halt. And we should get a Requiem Relic afterwards. Now, this is the long way of getting Requiem Relics. I'll go over the fast way in a bit, but we're going to first go over the long way. That way you guys know what to do if all else fails. Let's see. Come on. Oh, it got it. It actually got it. Let's get you to take some extra damage here. I got my cat that's just bleeding out. And since we care more about the kuva, I'm not going to go after that Granum guy. Let's see, it's got to be around here somewhere. Where is it? Wow, that thing is sneaking by me like it's nobody's business. I don't care if my cat dies or not. You should learn not to die. There it is. Perfect, we got it that time. So now, as you can see, we got 2,644 kuva. There are, in my opinion, faster ways of getting kuva than to do this mission, because we've probably been in this mission for probably like, what, 10 minutes? Oh man, these guys are wrecking me hard. I'm just not got I don't got a very good efficiency build. These guys can wreck my Nova pretty good. He also kind of nerfed a whole bunch of elemental procs too, including like Slash. And that doesn't make it any more the easier. So yeah, there you go. Now you're going to see our mission rewards list. And as you can see, we got a Requiem Relic. And that's very important because we got Jahu there. And I actually need to get a Jahu, so I don't have all 8 of the Requiem Relic mods. So we'll go ahead and we'll try to grind one of those out. So just like any normal relic that you get, whether it be like an Axii or a Lith or any of that other jazz, you can radiate them And when you radiate them, it increases the probability of you getting the higher tier rewards. So, and you radiate them just like you would any other relic. So here we go. We're going to go radiate these relics so that we can get our mods. So there's RNG in getting the Requiem relics. There's RNG in getting the Requiem mods, making it a very, very awful, painful grind. So here we go. Let's go ahead and hopefully we don't have to do too many of these. And like if you're going for anything above common anyways, anytime it comes to relics, just radiate it all the way. You're not doing yourself a favor by, going only about halfway. So we're just going to radiate all these Requiem relics. So as you can see, I got a bunch of them, and that does not mean I did a lot of those missions. No way. That would be a waste of time. So we'll find out relatively quickly here that there's a faster way of getting these mods, and you'll see it when we actually go and actually finally do it. But let's now focus on just getting this Yahoo. And hopefully we got a lovely mission up. And we do it. Let me bring a different Warframe that's a little bit more fit for all that jazz. Actually, let's see what kind of missions we got up first. So we're going to go to our navigation. We're going to look at our fission missions. It looks like we got spy and rescue. So we're probably going to go after that spy, just because nobody likes rescue. I just not go after the spy. We're going to go after the rescue because rescue is just a lot faster. So we're going to switch it to public. Anytime you do fissures, it's always better to do it as a group. So we're going to set it to public. And let me bring in a different Warframe. I just want to bring in something I like, because it doesn't really matter what we're doing. We're just trying to get drops. What's a good Warframe to bring? We'll go with Atlas. I think I wanted to do Atlas for most of this anyways. Doesn't help that my Trumna doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but I'm bringing it with me anyways for kicks. And because I'm kind of sort of partially leveling it, but I'm leveling it for different reasons. Mostly for flexing. Look, I took this weapon and I took this trash weapon and made it really great. Has nothing on all my kuva weapons. So just like any other relic, whether it be tier 5, Axie, or Lith, we got to get 10 reactable on this mission in order to unlock the relic. When we unlock the relic and we're in a mission with other people, all the rewards that everybody else has brought, we get to pick from all of them. And hopefully we get some few people in here. People don't really like running these unless it's a kuva survival. And that's because kuva survivals are just better. You get a lot of kuva out of it at the end of the day, but, looks like we did get a whole bunch of people. There are a whole bunch of people that are grinding this out. So yeah, they're trying to get their 8 Requiem mods too. And this is it's just basic. It's just standard stuff. So as soon as we get our Yahoo, we're all set. And for all those who are going to be watching on YouTube, we'll go ahead and we'll speed this up so that when you are watching it later, you will see the full process kind of a little bit closer on its windows, rather than seeing me take all these nice, lovely, long, lengthy RNG steps. So, a couple of other things about the Requiem mods, now that we're actually picking them up. The Requiem mods, you'll notice that they're already max ranked. So they're not exactly like normal mods, where you get buffs attached to any of them. They literally have no effects. Like, if you equip them to your Parazon, they just do nothing. So, ideally what you're trying to do with the Requiem mods is you just try to have one of each. When you actually go and you physically kill or convert, it has to be on the kill or the convert. It doesn't do this before, but when you do the kill or convert, it actually drains one of the remaining charges that you have on it, and you only have 3 charges, and it becomes less ranked. Now, what you could do, if you wanted, I don't recommend this, it's worth, because, again, I never do it. Instead, I recommend actually transmuting the mods. If you transmute 4 Requiem mods, you can get a Requiem mod back that has a full charge. So that makes it a little bit easier in grinding, so that you don't have to be doing what I'm doing all over, and just over and over and over. Let's see, that door's not open. Usually I try to go through that door. But every now and then you have to take the long route. Looks like somebody already got in there. So we're Gucci there. So, yeah, so when you get your Requiem mods, don't sell them for credits, don't sell them for endo. You can, it's available. I don't recommend it. I believe at one point I did do the Defiled that way. I did sell them for some credits and endo. I don't remember why, but I just had a lot of Defiled ones, and I was like, what the hey? I got like 50 of these, and I got several hundred of each Requiem relic. Who cares? And it looks like we got a Foss, and so I'm going to go ahead and go with that Foss. But if you see, you can get 1,200 kuva instead for opening up these relics. But I'm going to go with that Foss, just because I think like my Fosses are partially charged. But as you can see, it's got 3 dots at the bottom. It comes that way. It's not like you have to rank it up and you spend endo to rank it up. No, it just comes with charges. It would be really interesting if you spent endo to refill it. That would be interesting in my opinion, but I don't think it goes that way. In fact, I believe it's grayed out when you go try to rank it. So there's that. So we didn't get the mod we needed. We needed to get Jahu, but we did get a mod. We got a Requiem mod, Foss. So we're going to have to run that again one more time, and we'll just keep running this until we get Foss. And yeah, that we are live streaming this, so if you're watching it for the entire process, it's going to be a slow and painful watch. I am sorry. It's the way life is when you're in Warframe. It is long and painful grinds. Here we go. We're going to go back to our Requiem 2s. We're going to equip, and we're going to try to get that Jahu. These people might even be farming for kuva. But I think they all jumped on that bandwagon when they saw that Foss. Oh. These guys are going to just go ahead and boogie on out. So here, we'll go ahead and go like this. Perfect. Let's just do this again. Awesome. So we'll go ahead and we'll continue through the process here while we're loading in. So after we've gotten all 8 of our mods, we're going to equip them to our Parazon. I already got all of my mods fully equipped to my Parazon. And then we will go in and we'll go after the kuva liches. When we go after the kuva liches, we'll be doing kuva lich missions. There'll be a planet that has got a red cloud over it. And when we go into those individual missions, we'll come across enemies that are called thralls. Those thralls, you'll have to do a mercy kill on them. You won't be actually able to physically kill them, and they won't actually fall to the ground until after you do that mercy kill on them. And then after you do that mercy kill on them, they'll kind of topple over. You'll do a really cool graphic and assassination, and then you'll be able to you'll see that you get some murmurs up at the top of your screen, and you'll see that it gets kind of sort of a little bit lighter as it goes around the circle. Not really well defined, but it just gets lighter around the circle. And when that fills all the way up, it will show you the symbol of the Requiem mod that you're supposed to have equipped. But it doesn't tell you the order. It just shows you the one that you need to have equipped. So here we go. We're going to go ahead and kill all these guys. Trying to get our reactant. We got 5 reactant. Oh, we got another guy that joined the squad. We care about the reactant, and we care about completing the mission so we can open up our relic. Okay, don't tempt me by letting me pull out my guys there. Wow, it did not want me to aim glide at all there. I just plummeted. I just fell, man. There we go. We got all 10 now, so we're Gucci.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission. We'll take you inside.
Just gotta locate our hostage there. And then we'll boogie on out of here, because there's no other reason why we want to stay here.
You are approaching the holding area. If the wardens detect you, they will surely initiate the execution sequence.
We're just trying to go through this as fast as possible. Thank goodness people brought some bolts. Looks like he's going to try to go in and out. Brilliant idea. I'm going to get the door for us. Oh, looks like he got the door.
Here are the holding cells. Search each one.
Here we go. Look at that. Save the hostage. What a champ.
Located the hostage. Escort the prisoner to the extraction.
We're just going to try to get on out of here. Let's fall, let's fall, let's fall. Don't grab onto anything. Come on, Atlas. You know better. Don't. If it's not yours, don't touch. Sometimes I feel like I'm in preschool with these Warframes. You know what I mean? Let's see. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Stop reloading. There you go. Oh, the lag is real. Come on, if we just extract and let him die, then we'll just all extract together. It'll be fine. Oh, nope, he decided to revive. These are my bouncers. They go remove people from parties. I'll spend my next 8 years reloading. There we go. Come on, Wally. We got 25 seconds, bro. So again, you definitely want to do it with a full squad, even though you got people that are like Wally who are just slow. People who are slow, you just gotta kind of be patient with and just wait the full 9 seconds then. They won't get here any faster. They're too busy collecting resources, too busy opening up crates, thinking that that's important. Yahoo, look at that. So that's the mod that we needed, so now we can actually go and progress, and we can go ahead and go take down our lich. And we'll go back to the orbiter, and we'll do a sanity check to make sure that we got all of our mods. But, yeah. Pretty simple so far. It's a lot, honestly what it is, it's a lot of really easy things compiled onto one another with a lot of RNG that makes this process so completely, nearly unbearable. Wow, that's so weird. Look at that. It's saying that OmniSparks got 2 million focus even though we didn't. That's such a weird glitch over the thing. I shouldn't say it's a glitch, it's weird how that laid out. There's so many menus here. So let's go ahead, we'll leave, get all these guys out because we don't need any of that stuff, and we're going to go ahead and double check our Parazon. So now, we've gotten all of our Requiem relics, we've gotten all of our Requiem mods. There are only 8 Requiem mods. So here, actually let me pull those up so that you can see what 8 Requiem mods that we had to get. I have a nice little document here. Okay, so here we are. We got our Requiem mods, and so we got our tier 5 Requiem relics. There are 4 Requiem relics. We got underneath the Requiem 1 relics. They contain Loke and Zada. Requiem 2 relics as uncommon drops. They have Jahu and Vom. Requiem 3 relics contain Foss and Riss as uncommon drops. And then Requiem 4 relics contain Kra and Netra. So if you guys weren't wondering, yes, they're all common drops. They're all the same probability and drop chance. And we can go ahead and double check that again against our in-game menu here. Because if you want to look at the Requiem relics, you can just come over here, and we go over to our Requiem relics, and we got them there. Okay, cool. So we got them, and we go to our Parazon. And we'll go to our Parazon here. Now, the reason why they have different configs for the Parazon, even though you're primarily using it for the kuva liches, is because you might want to have different configurations for these bottom 3. So these bottom 3 are regular mods that you can throw on, like Intruder, Failsafe, Blood for Energy, Out of Reach. A lot of these you might already be familiar with. They took them off of the actual Warframes themselves, and a lot of these mods they kind of threw to this Parazon as things that you could kind of equip. So if we now look here at our Parazon, we got what I have, is I have 3 mods. I always have 3 mods. These all have low charges. And then we have 3 mods for the bottom. I prefer these 3 mods. They just have always helped me at the end of the day. Especially this one has definitely helped with a lot of different Warframes because it synergizes nicely with my Arcane Energizer. Untraceable, just Invis, I'm sorry, it's awesome. And Auto Breach, it's just dope. I just highly recommend those three. They're just really, really good mods. And then, of course, we got our three Requiem mods. So we'll go ahead and we'll filter, well, we'll go, nope, now we'll do that. There we go. So these are Requiem mods. It will separate the ones that are charged and the ones that are not charged. So you can see this one's not charged. This one is charged. And we can actually look at the cost of these mods if we were to say sell them. If you want to just go that route. Again, strongly don't recommend it. So we'll go our Parazon mods. Get back out of that menu. And if we wanted to see how much we can get 33,000 credits for a single charge. Oh, they upped how much. Oh wait, no, that's not defiled. There we go. There's defiled is 25,000 credits and 500 endo. And then if we got a fully charged one that we wanted to go ahead and sacrifice, as you can see, it's 5,000 credits and 1,000 endo. But again, like I said, I strongly recommend that you don't. I got 2 defiled mods, and I'm not going to get rid of those because, again, we can take these 2 with 2 additional mods, and we can transmute them to get another one of these mods. That way we don't have to do that painful grind again. Cool. So we got our configuration here. I'm going to go ahead and put that here. Now, a couple of things you'll notice that we have these mods here, and we got these here. We got this nice little weird menu over here. So it has known requiems. As you can see, these are the circles that I was talking about that will fill out. And as you can see, they're flipping around. And the reason why they're flipping around is to indicate that what they're showing there is not necessarily the order that they have to be in. And then you have your attempts above, like where you actually attempted to stab the kuva lich. So here we go. We'll go over the process for actually stabbing the kuva lich here. I got a nice little flow diagram. And it's a puzzle. So because it's a puzzle, there's a method, there is a meta to it. And now, if you're trying to get as many kuva liches as you possibly can, 36 of my kuva liches came from the very first 2 weeks of this update actually landing the kuva liches update. So here's a little flow chart that I made. So we have, when you're killing, what you do is you just kill thralls until one of those bubbles fills in that I showed you. When one of those bubbles fill in, it'll have a symbol. We're just going to call that symbol A for now, until one of them is known. I'm not going to say FOSS because I don't want to confuse you guys, so I'm going to just give them arbitrary letters, and then whatever you guys find out when you're going through it, that's what you're going to use in place of A, B, and C, D, and all that other jazz. So here we go. So we've got a mod A is known, and then you're going to place that mod A in slot 1 of the Parazon upgrade menu. And it's going to look something like that. So look at that. We got a beautiful symbol there. We got our mod, and it's going to go that way. So the lich always tests your mods in that order from left to right. So it always starts here and goes from left to right. So this is slot 1, slot 2, and slot 3. When you go and you test it, he'll spawn in. You'll stab him by hitting X, and it'll do a mercy. It'll do a mercy kill attempt. And when it does that mercy kill attempt, that's when it will either put a slash through the mod and it'll pop up, or it'll be the color of your UI, which mine is blue. So when we're going through this, you'll see blue pop up, and that mod will be in blue, and it won't have a cross through it. So if it doesn't have a cross through it, for example, you just don't always know. So you just want to always make sure you equip something, because it could possibly go through all 3 mods, and you might just get it right. It's a 1 out of 336 chance, but it's very possible. So always make sure that there's something filled there. So after you stab your lich, you rearrange the mod so that there's no crossed out mods in the same place. So your A mod, if it was crossed out, you don't want to leave it in the A slot. You want to move it to a different slot. I recommend the second slot until you can test it, and so on. But what we're going to do for this purpose, we're just going to follow a flow chart here. So our flow chart says, if A is correct, then you're going to go ahead and just leave it in the first slot, and you can continue to grind until you land the B Requiem mod if you don't already know it. If you already know it, then all the murmurs that you just gathered just happen to go towards your C mod, Requiem mod, which is really awesome. It cuts your grind literally in half. And then if your A mod is incorrect, then what you're going to want to do is you're going to grind out your B mod, and then you're going to place your B mod in your A spot and your A spot in the second slot, as you can see there on our little diagram. Okay, so regardless if it's a success or fail, you're going to want to stab your kuva lich after you've learned your B mod, and it's important that you make sure you equip it. Okay, So now we got our flowchart. We're going to go on to part 4. So if you happen to have your A mod and it was correct, and your B mod was correct, we're going to go ahead and skip to 4A. 4A says, congrats, you've learned your C mod, and your C mod simply goes in the last spot that you killed your lich. It went A, B, C. Congratulations. It was pretty easy. Okay. However, what if that wasn't the case? What if your B mod was incorrect? Then we're going to skip down to 4B. So 4B states, yay, congrats, you know your mod order. Continue to kill thralls until you know your C mod. You'll kill your lich at rank 2, and you'll place your C mod in the center, so it looks like this. So it goes A, C, B. You notice that if you tested it, and even if your B was wrong, all we did was move it over and find out our C mod in there. And bada bing, bada boom, it died at rank 2. Okay? And the reason why I'm saying at what rank it dies is we'll get a little bit further into that detail there. Okay, so now if you're coming from 3B where A was incorrect and you needed to put B in the first slot in order to test it, then you have these two conditions that could happen. If you go and stab him again and you find out your B mod was correct and then your A mod was incorrect, we're going to go down to 4C. So let's go to 4C. 4C says, yay, congrats, you know your mod order. You will kill your kuva lich at rank 2. All you have to do in this scenario is you just place the A mod to the far right spot and you put your C mod in the center because you already know what B is. Okay? And then we'll go through this flowchart again later as we actually kill our kuva lich. Okay? Now there's one last condition. What if you tested A? What if you tested B and neither one of them go in that slot? Then you continue to grind out thralls until you know your C mod. And the reason why it's important that you grind out the thralls until you know at least one new mod, like that's to essentially save you time. And we'll go a little bit further into detail on why that helps save time. But basically, if A and B were incorrect, then we're going to skip down to 4D. And this is the worst case scenario. It is grindy. It is super painful. But wow, that sucks. You're going to kill your lich at rank 3, which means it's going to be a little bit harder than the other 3 conditions. But if you pay attention, you're going to make sure that your kuva lich doesn't reach 200. So all you need to do is your C mod goes in the very first spot, and then you place your other 2 mods in no in particular order. You just got to put those 2 mods on because now your known requiems will be all 3, and it's a 50-50 chance of whether or not you get it right. So your mod order should look something like this. It's guaranteed your C is going to be because we already tested A and B, so you know your third requiem mod that you've been told, it's got to go in that first slot. And so then it's a possibility that A goes in the second slot or B goes in the second slot. It's just a 50-50 guess. Cool? So now I'm going to go back to a little detail back here that I told you about where I said in between you can see I always have stab the kuva lich, learn your A mod, stab the kuva lich, learn your B mod, stab the kuva lich, learn your C mod, stab the kuva lich. And that's because of a little bar. There's a little bar that goes on the kuva lich. So let me go back here. So let's go look at our kuva lich here now that we have him. And there's this little red icon that shows us our kuva lich. So there are 2 things that happen when you stab a kuva lich. This kuva lich will first test your mod order, which you can see our mods that are currently equipped are listed there at the top going from left to right. And when you stab your kuva lich, it reduces this bar here. When that bar gets reduced, it decreases the probability of this guy actually coming in on the mission. It's a good and a bad thing. The bad thing is you can't stab him again and you can't test it if he never comes in. So in order to enrage him, you have to kill kuva thralls. Kuva thralls do 2 things. They tell you what these known requiem mods are down here, and they take this bar right here and it fills it up. So the more thralls you kill, the more this bar fills up. The more thralls you kill, the more known requiems you get, and the more you stab him, the lower the bar goes down, the more he levels up. As you can see, our kuva lich is a level 1. He'll level up and he becomes more powerful. He gets more weaknesses, he gets more resistance. And if you get your kuva lich to level 200, not only will he have no weaknesses, it's impossible that he becomes resistant to everything and essentially immune to everything. So you really want to avoid leveling up to level 5. Now there's a lot of people out there that say, you know, if you level up your kuva lich to level 5 and you convert him for Railjack, he's going to be super overpowered. No. That's not the way it works. All you're going to do is really make your life miserable. These guys, if you do convert them, this chance that they actually spawn in and help you is only upon death. And when they do die, we're assuming that you can act like when they die and they get converted and you bring them in. When they do get converted and brought in, a lot of times they only last for about like 30 seconds or so, and then they just like, well, that was fun, and then they leave. So it's a big giant joke. Do not get your Kuva Lich ranked up all the way to rank 5. Do not fall for that trap. Like if you're a low MR and you're just really trying to get your Kuva Lich so you can get a decent weapon in the game, do not listen to them. Like it's going to be very awful for you. Okay, so now back to these missions here. Now Kuva Lich missions, when you're actually killing them, they're not like normal endless missions. Um, Missions I recommend that you try to avoid are like your defenses, your sabotage, well, not your sabotages, your defenses, your mobile defenses, things that have an alternate object where you have to actually protect, because sometimes you might be forgetful and the Kuva Lich and or the enemy will come by and they'll just wreck the thing, and then you got a mission failure. And it's not even your fault. It's not like you couldn't kill him. It's just that he went after your target by some random instance and he killed that. So we're going ahead and going to the survival, because I recommend survivals, exterminates, and sabotages. They're the 3 best ones to go in. And sometimes with survivals you can last there a little bit longer than normal. So it helps you out in trying to gain the stuff that you want. The benefit to going into these missions, like when you go into the survival mission, you only got 5 minutes, and relatively the thralls stop spawning. Sometimes they appear afterwards. You just get lucky on the way to extraction. But they're not a true survival, so you can't be in there forever and still start reaping benefits, which is kind of makes it feel a little bit grindier that you can't stay in here and you just constantly get thralls. It would have been so much nicer that you could have stayed here and skipped a loading screen just to keep on getting thralls, but I understand what DE was trying to do. They wanted people to be using a variety of the missions, but honestly, it just makes it tedious. It makes the game mode so tedious. So there we go. We got a red waypoint. That's going to be our very first victim here. We're going to go ahead and stab him. As you can see, I just did a mercy kill on that guy. So I had a cool little graphic. Looks really cool, not going to lie. But you're going to find out relatively quickly that it's going to get really boring real fast. So I killed one. And these thralls, they spawn in slow. It is so painfully slow how slow they spawn in. Like, if I could count the minutes I spent inside of these missions just going through one by one. There's no way to increase their spawn rate. There's no way to get them to spawn in faster. It goes by so slow. And you just gotta keep on going until that bar fills up. And that is literally the only thing that's to it. There is nothing more painful than doing these missions over and over and over. So we got another Kuva Thrall that came in. And they jump around too, because they're kind of like part Lich. So it's like, this entire game mode is awful, it is painful, it is long. You have RNG mixed in with RNG with RNG with more RNG, just in case there was some more RNG. But as you can see, I'm using the Kuva Shield Egg, and I'm kind of clapping these guys, despite it being a really long, heavy RNG. I'm not even, like, messing around with these guys. It's just, I'm going through and I'm just wrecking them like it's nobody's business. Oh, wow. They actually got my shields down. That's impressive. Here we go. Awesome. We're just going to keep on going. Let's see, did we even get a new Thrall in? No, we did not. Oh, we did. There he goes. There he is. And there's only so much talking about these Thralls that you can do. Okay, so there is the hidden secret. Do you see what I just picked up in the bottom left-hand corner? That was a Requiem 2 mod that drops a Jahu. Honestly, when you're doing these missions, you could do those Kuva Siphon missions, and you could get a probable chance of getting just one of those little Requiem relics. Or you can do these, and sometimes when you're doing just regular Thrall missions, just to grind out your Kuva Lich, you can walk out with like 3 or 4 of them. There's been times where I've walked out with like 5 of the Requiem relic mods. So just doing these missions is just significantly better for you to just go like that. So as a brand new player, like if you're really trying to start into kuva lich hunting, find a high MR, find somebody who's better than you, find somebody who can help you out. Finding somebody that can help you out, just like even going to region and saying like, hey, murmur farming, you can just go and casually get your murmurs, and you can actually get more Requiem relics out of it than if you were to go by yourself and walk out with a probable chance of getting a Requiem relic. Like, you got to grind out the Requiem mods anyways. You got to grind out the relics anyways. Why not get murmurs along the way? You got to get your kuva lich enraged. You might as well go after some murmurs while you're trying to get enraged. Like, once you get all 8 of the Requiem mods, then you're going to want to try to switch it over to make your life a little bit easier and a little bit faster. Is just go into these missions and with other people. Like, I don't have anybody in here, but I don't know if there's anybody else on my planet. But you'll just be able to go into these missions, and you'll want to be stabbing the kuva lich incrementally. Like, as soon as you know your very first Requiem mod, and you can get it, yeah, I would go in and then just stab him, and it saves you just a lot of grinding and a lot of time. You can even buy the Requiem mods from other people. They'll sell them for about 20 platinum each. They might even sell you like a full set for like 100 platinum if they're trying to be nice. A lot of people tend to have them, especially people who are just grinding out the kuva liches, especially as many kuva liches as I've done. I know there's some people, they freak out about the rarity of the Requiem relics, like, oh, those are super rare. They're not rare. They're just grinding for them wrong. So yeah, go find yourself a high-end player, find yourself somebody to join, and go in and get yourself some Requiem relics like this.
30-second warning.
Oh, we're below 30%. I didn't even realize that. Hey, look, there's another thrall. Let's go get his. Let's go wreck his hide. And boom. There we go. So we didn't get a whole lot of murmurs. We got like, maybe, what was that, 5 or 6? I'll go back through and we'll count them out exactly. From what I understand, it's supposed to be about 20 is your very first, about 50 is your second murmur, and then about 70 kuva thralls is going to be your last murmur. So honestly, getting that last Requiem mod and knowing it from these missions, it's just going to be awful. But as you can see me as I kill those thralls, it fills up at the top, and you just got to do a lot of them. Now, if you're lucky and your kuva lich spawns in, you can stab your kuva lich, and anybody who is in your squad gets 10 murmurs given to them. Oh, looks like it was a Requiem 3. That's a Requiem 3 relic, not a Requiem 2. If you stab your kuva lich, you get 10 murmurs, and it's shared across your entire squad. When you are doing group murmur hunts, and you are having 4 people come together, it's a little bit more ideal to do that way, because not only do you get the 10 from them stabbing their kuva lich, but if your planets overlap, then what you can do is it's possible that all 4 of your kuva liches will spawn in, and all 4 of you guys can stab it, and then in one mission you got 40 murmurs. It literally takes the grinding for kuva liches literally in half. And this is going to be very, very important when the next Empyrean updates drop, because I imagine they're going to be changing quite a bit of this up, but as to how much, we're still not entirely sure. So just, it's going to be important, especially if you want to have some, like, a good-looking squad come with you. Get on some kuva liches, start grinding them out, get some good-looking guys with you. I'm going to switch up my Warframe here to Zaku. Oh, it's right there. Sometimes I have to search my inventory for Warframe, so there we go. Now we got a good Warframe. I just like using Zaku for some of this stuff just because it's got a good scaling factor now. Like, before when Zaku came out, it was kind of trash, but it's got a good scaling factor now. So we'll just keep on doing this, and we're just going to keep on grinding out these kuva liches, basically this kuva lich, until we're sick of them. Now you'll notice as I go through these red planets, I'm getting taxed resources at the end of my mission. And every single time I'm taxed resources at the end of my mission, it gets put into like a harvesting pool from the kuva lich. And when you kill your kuva lich or convert it, you get all those resources back. So you don't need to worry about it too much. If you do have an active kuva lich, I do recommend getting rid of it as soon as possible. And the reason being is because in future updates, sometimes it takes those resources that you need. And if you don't have one, when an update comes out, then you can keep your resources. But otherwise, you're going to be starting a brand new update, and you got a kuva liche you got to take out. There's nothing more frustrating than getting a brand new weapon on a tile set, and then you find out that you're not able to really play the game because your kuva liche keeps on taking your stuff. Can't tell you how many times I heard about somebody getting their ribbon mod stolen. Like, it's awful. It's painful. Just kill the kuva liche before it starts wrecking your stuff. Oh hey, how's it going there? We're gonna go ahead and capture this. I did not realize I entered into an interception mission. This is not what I intended. Now I'm almost wishing I brought Saren instead, but we'll see how this goes. We'll bring some buddies in. Let's see, there's a buddy. Oh hey, look at that, getting Nightwave standing at the same time. Grinding out more than one thing than I even bothered to even know. Here we go. So like I said, because you're focused on way more than the targets that you have at hand, sometimes like these missions are just not ideal, just because you have the burden of completing the task on top of trying to get your thralls. So like I can't get another thrall spawned in because I'm too busy worrying about my targets here. And they're beating me because I'm too busy worrying about my targets instead of killing that thrall. So here we go. We'll just activate our ability there. And of course, if you have 4 players, then of course interception missions are obviously easier. For more than one reason.
We are dominating. Keep it up. Enemy has captured a tower.
We're going to toss that guy to the side. And this gets really boring really, really fast. Just thought I'd throw that out there. And it's just because it's just the same mission over and over and over. It's the missions that you've already done. Honestly, I feel like when you're doing kuva liche hunting, sometimes you unlock the star chart at least 3 times over than you normally would if you were just to do the star chart all over again. It's not to say that these missions can't be fun. It's just that they're more fun when they're when you got other people joining you. So here, let's see if we can get other people joining us.
You're in total control. Keep fighting.
Some people might actually want to join us. Like I said, like when you get other people in there, just like ask what planet they're on and see if you can stack your spawns and stuff. If you can stack your spawns, then you're just making your entire life easier. You got another buddy to help you out. Increase the spawn rate of enemy, which indirectly increases how many murmurs you get, because if you got multiple people going after murmurs, then you just get a lot more murmurs. Plus you got the people stabbing their kuva liches, that helps out. Grab a buddy, make a friend. This is definitely not a solo game. It's definitely a co-op. And, you know, some people, they don't like that, but, you know, they can go back to Fortnite. Like, Fortnite's always there. Oh, yeah, there we go. Get some guns going. Oh, hey, C's not captured. That's okay, I'm winning. So, we'll go ahead and go after this murmur. There we go. Oh, did it take him? Oh, no. It did take it. Wow, that's a bit of a glitch. My emissive colors are coming through. They're not changing. Yeah, we're gonna wreck that guy's hide. Now, you notice that I did have a fewer nodes, and some people panic when they see that their planet only has like a couple of nodes. Don't panic, don't worry, because even if your kuva liche doesn't spawn in any of those, like what I get 3 nodes, it will spawn in more nodes for you to actually kill your kuva liche on. So don't worry that you're going through. And you'll notice that as you complete the nodes with the kuva liche missions on them, like the red glow around the little node, it will go away, and it won't have another kuva liche mission available on it. So yeah, just be aware of that. It will spawn in more. Don't worry about it. Just complete them. Like if you only got 1 node left, like I only got 2 nodes left, just go ahead and complete it. It's no big deal. Let's see, it's a defense mission. I don't know if I want to. And I'll do this disruption instead. Now, I don't know my very first mod, and even if my kuva liche did spawn in, quite honestly, I'd ignore it at this point. And again, the reason why I'm ignoring it at this point is because I have all my Requiem mods. I'm trying to get the murmurs so that I know my mod. Once I know my mod, then I'll test it. Because if I test it too early, then he won't spawn in at all, and then I have to kill more thralls to get him to spawn in again. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to waste that time, like, just waiting for him to spawn in. So the big mistake that a lot of people do is what they'll do is they'll grind out all the kuva thralls, they'll kill them all, and then by the time their kuva liche comes around to actually spawning in, because they already know all their murmurs and they know all the Requiem mods because they only killed thralls the entire time, they have to test the entire mod order. So what do? They have to stab the kuva liche. Because they have to stab the kuva liche, now they have to wait. They have to wait over and over because it drains it all the way down with them just testing it. And so you got somebody that normally, like, it would have taken them, maybe 2 hours, maybe about an hour and a half, if they were going through missions pretty quickly and they had other people coming with them. Normally it would have taken them, but then it ends up taking them like 3 days. And it takes them 3 days because they're just trying to get their kuva liche to spawn in so they can finally kill it. Not that they don't know the order, not that they can't kill him, but by then he's really overpowered and they're just having a miserable time. So yeah, right now this is the fastest way until they come out with an update where they throw it all onto the railjack missions and they make it a heck of a lot easier to grind out. Because right now, this is pretty unbearable for people. I'm pretty sure there's a whole bunch of streamers too that like they were like, dude, this is so grindy, like I almost like want to quit Warframe. People have said that. I've heard people say that. I haven't quit Warframe because I still have hope. They make their mistakes. I want them to fix it. They'll fix kuva liches. Just, bear with them. It'll come around. So the one thing I like about this disruption mission is because it's disruption, I only have to complete one of these nodes. So as soon as I kill this guy, like, it's gonna be done. Oh, hey, no way. my thrall was the demolist. That's dope. I'll take that. That makes my life easier. I only have one target to go after. So I'll just dump this key. And I can ignore it at this point. I don't need to worry about it. Assuming my kuva thrall isn't a demolist. But I'll take that. Let's see if I can get one of these guys to give me a key so I can get out of here. And we give him his little COVID shot. Now he's vaccinated. You got anybody else that needs a COVID shot? There's a vaccine out. Here we go. I'm gonna just drop that key. Hopefully we get something that spawns in a little bit sooner. And these guys are going for that target. That guy just ran after it. That guy had a rush mechanic. Oh, hey. Please tell me that's not a demolist. I really don't want to slow him down. I really would like him to just go after my target as if it was nobody's business.
Conduit destroyed. You won't be seeing those goods again.
Go like that. Now there's just these guys coming after it. Yeah, so it doesn't matter if I failed it. Yeah, sure, I got an energy drain. Sure. Whatever, it's no big deal. We can just let the demolist like do his work. Honestly, you can actually kind of cheese these missions too. The disruption ones. The way you cheese the disruptions is you can kind of pick your reward. And you pick your reward by predetermining how many of the terminals you're going to save. Like if you want only the A rotation, like just fail the other 3. You're guaranteed your A rotation by doing just 3, and you can complete these in like 30 seconds flat if you got a dedicated team. Oh no, don't just well, I guess he can die. Well, no, just let him. Guns. Perfect. Look at that. And do we got an extraction up? No extraction. Come on. Oh, it's gonna make me actually protect all 4. Interesting. I guess that's a way of getting more thralls to spawn in. Yeah, so in a normal mission, you could just cheese them. But it looks like they're gonna make us do all 4. I guess that's a way of preventing people from cheesing it. I always forget that they add that mechanic to some people. It's like technically I completed the round. They should have let me extract, but nope. Nope, they gotta have that mechanic up there in the top left-hand corner. And I'm just locking him down just with my 10-0. Maga's lockdown is so important for this. And we stabby. And bada bing, bada boom, look at that. Oh geez. Let's try that again. Much better. We got a white key. Oh, nice little slit there. Maybe we can get like a flip. I like getting the flips. Oh, it was unarmed. Unmanned. It's probably for the demolist, huh? I don't have a whole lot of volume on, so I can't exactly hear where the demolist is coming from. But I sure hope he comes. Bada bing, bada boom. Kicking hide and taking names. Now, I'm just going to keep on running because that Kavat is going to teleport to me despite that it's dying and it's like on its last leg.
Demo unit's on its way.
Go this way. Nope, he doesn't want to teleport to me for some weird reason. Cool. Well, I didn't want to come towards me anyway, so there's that. So really, you're at a loss here, Cat, not me.
We've got signals
I like a lot of Zaku's abilities. They just kind of kill everything for me. So it's kind of super nice. As the missions get harder, though, I'll probably switch to a Warframe that can actually take the hits like a Nyx.
There's less than nothing left of who they once were.
Arse. Conduit down.
Dream, there's gotta be a way to take these
Oh, hey,
things
I
down.
failed that one. I didn't even see it come up. Man, that thing snuck up on me.
Demo unit coming
It's okay, I only got to take care of one target left, so we're Gucci. I suppose I could be using like my gaze on these guys or something. Now, if you ground pound, you can get all their. Oh, oops! Again, he snuck up on me. I'll have to wait till the next round. This is so weird.
Right. They're back. And they're well pissed off.
I'm just kind of sort of attacking that guy, and he's just not dying. He's invincible. See, is it? I believe this is Huh. Oh, do I get him there for that long? That's crazy. Maybe we can get like a red key or something.
Can't do anything about that last interference routine. You'll just have to wear it. Maybe I can catch the next one.
Hopefully I'll know all my Requiem mods so that when I finally go into like that defense and I bring a defense frame, like it'll be something different. Oh, I got some guys up there I can take some guns from. Guess what? It's the Gestapo. Give me your guns.
Demo unit incoming. Don't let them near the conduit.
There we go. Now I can extract. Only took me 5 years, but I can extract now. Oh, bye. There's nothing there for you, man. I don't know if you know, but the mission's over. Like, the terminals are all gone, so I guess you can run off that way, demolist. Like a demolist. Not a demolist, but a dumb demolist. Just running off in the midst of nothing. Now I'm a skeleton. Boom. Skeleton power.
Ahead of you. Time to hit the pub.
Wallet feeling a little light, friend?
Now, if I collected all my memories, you would have seen that it had been blinking up at the top. It makes a different pinging sound. And then also when I exit out of this, it will show me the Requiem mod that I'm supposed to equip, assuming that I did it correctly and I got all of the memories I needed. If I don't have all the memories, then I have to keep on doing missions until I get them. So let's see. Do we have anything at the top? Doesn't appear so. So let's go ahead and check. We can check our progress to see how far along we got in the Requiems. We'll just wait 18 years while DE decides to load in. So yeah, we got a little bit above halfway. So that means we probably have maybe about 8 or 9 more. And it looks like he's getting kind of sort of upset. So I'm going to bring a defense frame. Not that Zaku isn't a defense frame, it's just I have better defense frames. Like I could run a ranged Nyx. Ranged Nyx is invincible and she doesn't take any damage. My personal favorite is Bobbin, and you guys will see in a second. Those who are part of the clan probably just logged off because they understand what's going to happen. They turned off the video right here, right now. That was what they did. Here we go. We're running Bobbin.
Thank you. Somebody plant a flag.
And if this isn't the highlight of the video, I don't know what is. Like, I'm going to literally highlight the video. Like, this is where it gets highlighted. There's no way you could miss it.
Our position has been compromised. Defend the cargo until
Now,
reinforcements.
ideally, with this particular build is you'd have a Trinity come in. I am shorthand 1 Trinity. So I'm just going to rely on my Bobbin. I don't mean to, like, overkill these guys, but it's, these poor guys. Man, I really wish I knew what was going on. Oh, hey, there you are. Gorgeous. It's so shiny. So this is called either the Neutron Star or it's called Camping. And this is the campfire. Because in Warframe you gotta have really, really bright campfires. You can't have really dull campfires. It's just not natural. Oh, hey, our thing moved. I probably should move with it. Oh, hey, you showed up. Am I afraid of my kuva liche wrecking my Bobbin with how low of health and armor it has? No. Not in particular. No. Because he will get sucked up into it. Even Bobbin, or even my kuva liche cannot handle the power that is Bobbin. It's so beautiful. Can it get brighter? Yes. Yes, it can get brighter. Oh, hey, it moved. So we'll start a new one up here. So you'll see after this, because I'm not going to actually stab my kuva liche. Again, I don't know what my murmur count is, so I'm not going to stab him. But after I'm done here, you'll see that he has some more nodes that get unlocked. So, kind of minorly important. We'll just stab this guy. Stabby stab. Throw down some more orbs. Throw down some more energy. I'm going to be throwing an orbital strike. Let's see, did I even do anything with that? I don't even know if I did anything with that. Look at these, all nice and neatly plowed up against the wall, just for me. Oh, hey. It moved. I think my kuva liche was coming along its way. Again, like I said, I don't recommend the defense missions, but I had no other mission to pick from. So defense was my choice, because it was my only choice. Oh, but hey. I think that guy's a throne. Oh, geez. Did you just try shooting me?
Oh, no, you don't. Get back here and get what's coming to you.
Wow, is he? Did they make it so that he creates more murmurs? Because I think he's over the 10 limit. Mow them down. And stabby stab. Get your shots. Now you're vaccinated. I'm going to get hit by Facebook with here's a fact check. Receive more information on vaccines. I'm just waiting for that fact check to pop up. Oh, hey, did he take my weapon? Oh, no, never mind. I thought one of them took my weapon for a second. Oh, hey, you're not who I thought you were. Stab. And eat this, guys. Boom. I don't even... I have that bar there. I don't even know if I got my murmurs or not. I definitely don't want to stab him, let alone taunt him at this point. We want to go after the little dot there. Except little dot is a thrall. Oh, no, never mind. That's the lich. I need to go after the other one. Again, it's not that this guy can't handle him, it's just that I don't want to deal with the lich right now. It's just way too early. I might accidentally stab him. If I accidentally stab him, then we're both SOL. He goes up a rank, and I don't really want that. You got a Requiem 2 relic. Look at that. Like I said, just you might as well go do these missions and just kill thralls because you're going to get your Requiem relics that way. Are you starting out? Go this direction. Kill the thralls. After you've been a veteran, don't go after all the Requiem murmurs. Just do it intermittently. Just kind of stab him in between mods. Let's see now. I should know. I think that was enough that I should know my next Requiem mod. Let's see. We can always test to check to see if we actually know it or not. It didn't say anything. I may sliver her away. Oh, gross. Yeah, let's see what other things we have that we can be able to do. Did he move? He did. So as you can see, yeah, he moved out of the planet. He moved entirely away. So now I have Neptune available. Just keep on asking until I get somebody who's a poor and unfortunate soul. Let's see what other Warframe could we use. You know what? I've been really liking Zaku, but I'm feeling like maybe we should run like kind of feeling like a lazy thing. So, you know what? Let's just commit to lazy.
If I may say, operator, your chosen Warframe suits you.
This is called full commitment to laziness. Don't like the guy? Just eat him. That's a Grendel in a nutshell. Look here, capture target. We'll go like that.
You are here to find our target and bring them to the extraction point. Happy hunting.
Oh, look at that. We got a friend. Okay. Here we go. Oh, I'm so busy.
Scans indicate our target is in the vicinity. Fine. Target located. Bring them.
Grendel's a bit of a tank, despite all of his health problems. I'm pretty sure he was diagnosed with obesity. But he's a bit of a gluttonous, if you haven't noticed. He kind of just eats people.
Mission complete. The captive has been escorted to the extraction point. Well done.
Oh, look at this fat man. Man, this fat man can dance. I don't know if you guys saw that. Look at that. Doing a full front flip and everything. I've never seen a guy this large with so much acrobatic skills. I'm not gonna lie, Grendel's probably my spirit animal. Either that, it's a close second to fried chicken. Fried chicken might be my spirit animal. Oh, look at that. Glorious explosions everywhere. I thought that was a guy over there. Oh, come on. Help me get over the ledge. Oh, bowling. I like that. And just popped right on out.
I have something of yours.
I'm probably gonna form these weapons a few more times. Oh, look at that. He's an Aros. An Aros is a great frame. If you build him right, you can make him virtually indestructible. The only reason why I think he's not perfectly indestructible is that the health regen, like he can still get one shot, essentially. He doesn't have any shield gating to protect him. Just even with the new statuses updates, with the 1 point of shield gating, could have done him so much good. But like before, it wouldn't have done him any good. But since they added shield gating, yeah, it's been a lot better. So now we got a guy in here. Let me see. I'm gonna change my Warframe. Don't really want to be Grendel anymore. Just want to switch it out to something different. Yeah, I'm probably gonna switch my Warframe every single fetching time. Look at that kuva liche territory. What planet is that even on? Pluto. Nope. I'm sorry, bro. I gotta leave you, man. I wish I could have stayed, but you're going to Pluto. Oh, actually, I should probably also check my Parazon, because I bet you I have my new mod. If not, I'm gonna be really sad. Oh, one sliver. It's so obnoxious. Can you see that? Oh, it's one of all the things. One. It's absolutely fetching ridiculous.
Operator, you have remembered.
Again, and I'm doing this not for this next update, not for the Orfix that's coming to Xbox console, that just recently got in development. No, I'm doing this for an update, several updates from now. Possibly, because we all got like memos about it for Corpus Imperium. Oh, just jeez. But yeah, that's what I'm grinding out. I'm grinding out not this update. I usually do this. I usually grind out not this update, but the next update. I usually grind out several updates in advance. That way, like, you know, when the day is of, like, I can just have everything. It's been treating me nice and neatly.
The reactor will have tight security. Watch out for enemy patrols.
Look at that. I got some health regen going. Look at that. Now it can't do anything.
It's critical that you deliver the payload to that location.
Eyes open. There's glass resonance in your neighborhood.
Actually, I wonder now.
Cephalites. Time to smash some glass.
Oh no, it's gonna make me come out in order to do the mercy kill. I cannot mercy kill while I'm in Octavia, or not Octavia's, excuse me,
Gotta be a way to
Titania's fairy form. Stop trying to shoot me down. You'll never shoot me down because I'm Titania. Sounds like the start of a song. Oh, hey, rude. Oh, jeez. Oh, man, whatever got me wrecked me so hard. May I just didn't use my blood altar? I don't know. It's okay, I got like 7 revives. No, 6 revives. I got 6 revives, so it's good. We're okay. Wait, these things aren't active, so let's go ahead and deactivate those. Yeet. Get a whole bunch of statuses on these enemies. Again, like I said, for those who are watching, I'll go ahead and I'll be speeding this up for the YouTube video that I'll post later after the stream. That way you don't have to watch this much of me playing, unless you guys want to watch me. Watch my Titania die. So it doesn't matter how well you build her, she still has that probability of dying. They've added some buffs to her, so it's easier, but still. Maybe I should be going like this, but she just flies too fast for me. Don't get me wrong, her abilities are definitely great for a fairy. Wait, where is he? I've been really liking Blood Altar on a lot of my Warframes just because of the health regen, but I know technically Grendel's is better, just because Grendel gives you that toxin, but Grendel's also has a downside to it where it has a flat rate of health, rather than a general, like, just a quick regen that goes all the way to the cap. So I can stand in that and, like, the guys can't necessarily kill me unless they hit me really, really hard. Now, I should know my very first Requiem mod by now. If not, I'm going to be really sad. Yeah, Titania is definitely not a lazy character, so you can't be lazy about her. Wow, I can't believe somebody joined this late in the game. I thought they put the cutoff at 2 minutes. Guess not. Guess they're just letting anybody join my squad now. Oh, as you can see, this guy's an MR29, so he's trying to get his stuff too. Oh, I can't believe it let me fly through the top of that part. That door usually, like, you'd get knocked on it. Oh, hey. You like to jump. I like to play catch. Oh, you don't like to play catch. That's sad. Okay, so we do know our second Rec Room mod. I just checked up there because I saw it finally populate. I saw. I didn't say it didn't before. Just I saw. So because it finally populated for me and I was able to see it, we can definitely go back and look and possibly change out our mods in the next one. It looks like we're actually quite a bit away through the second one.
Expose its core and destroy it.
Oh, that is so awesome! Just using the blood altar and the... That is dope! That was so crazy.
Target destroyed. Proceed to the extraction point.
Just like totally yeeted that guy. Okay, we're gonna go through this way. We're gonna go through this way because we can do whatever we want. We don't need no MR29 to help us along. Well, I guess maybe we do. Hate it how luck runs like that. Yeah, whenever he wants to come over and help. Like, he's just taking out those guys for me. Yeah, you can teleport as a fairy. It's pretty dope. So yeah, ability duration and ability efficiency is really good on Titania because you can stay in your Arcane mode for a very, very long time. Especially if you have max strength to Arcane Energizer, just like it's a re-heal your bars so that you're just using your exalted weapons the entire time. And we can find guys that are hiding around like this. Too bad I gotta come in and out of that. There's my ship flying in. Look at that, that's dope. It doesn't even show me. Oh man. It's just I'm a fairy and it just doesn't even show me coming in. Usually it pops you back and then it shows you coming in, but it didn't even pop me back. It just left me as a fairy. Man. I like the aesthetics of Titania Prime. She looks great. I rank her 10 out of 10. Okay. So, I don't know where Iceman is going. Let's change out Warframes. Let's go to somebody different. Maybe there's something that somebody wants to see. Let's see who will go next. Should we run Batman? Should we run Thor? These guys are still kind of sort of... Oh, you know what? There was one more thing I forgot that we need to do. Want to sell... Want to sell Murmur. Wow. I swear, if this guy, he starts, I'm gonna lose my mind. What kind of mission is it even? It's a defense. He wants to run a defense. With a Naros. Okay, well... Wish you were changing your Warframe. I think it was on a different planet even. I don't think I even have that planet. I want to run that survival that I got. I'm thinking Zaku again, but then maybe I'm thinking Gauss. Let's run Gauss for kicks. Kicks and giggles. Yep.
Operator, Orders wonders.
Well, actually, let's so usually what I would do is I'd change this ability out for maybe like a Hunter Adrenaline. But I really like the Mach Rush. But I will do, because I am running a Trumna, and I am running a Serration, I'll go ahead and switch that out for... Ooh, can I? I don't think I can. It's not going to let me. Bummer. Switch that out for a Serration so I could have the
You have remembered well how the tenant
increased sprint speed. Because the faster you run in Gauss, the faster it fills up his energy bar, so it's really good for that.
Mine. Scepter's a dump, but it's my dump.
Okay, so we're going to do the survival, and hopefully I can get my guy to spawn in. Now that he's probably been fully enraged and cursing at me. I just got to get him to spawn in for me. Maybe technically it's his second time spawning in. Either way, you should be mad enough to spawn in, or want to spawn in to get stabbed. But all we got to do is just stab him. But yeah, as you can see, like even after he spawned in once, even though he's like constantly getting enraged and his enragement bar is pretty filled, he's not wanting to spawn in. So imagine if I had stabbed him like when he was already in, and I didn't know my mod that I wanted to actually test on him. That would have been far worse than anything I could have done, just because he's not going to want to spawn in. Like, he already doesn't really want to spawn in, just to, basically, essentially, when you stab him, just gives him an excuse to not spawn in. We're just going to fill up our bar. Just so that we can get that 100%. And that way we can survive significantly longer. And now Gauss does have a limit. I tested his limit with another person. There he is. There's our friend.
Nice helmet. I'll use it to serve dip.
Stabby stab. Okay, so I don't know if you saw that. Now that was the important part. So we stabbed him, and we got it wrong. So because we got it wrong, we're going to do the smart thing, and we're going to continue to grind out murmurs and ignore him. That way we can keep his enragement bar filled up. And we're going to we're just going to keep him annoyed. Because we're going to want to keep him annoyed. We want him to spawn in as much as possible. So as soon as we're ready to stab him, we can stab him. But if we stabbed him too early, and like we just, or if we had the, or if we went ahead and just grinded out all the requiems, then when we did stab him, like we couldn't re-enrage him again because we have all of our requiem murmurs, and so we literally would just be grinding thralls out. We don't want to just exactly grind out thralls. We want to have them all enraged. Let's see this guy. There we go. We're just going to be running through these guys like it's nobody's business. Yeah, so half of like Warframe is like knowing how these abilities work. So if you know how the abilities work, then it's a lot easier than, using them. you can take things that normally wouldn't be tanks and turn them into tanks. Let's see.
I've delivered another life capsule.
See, I'm gonna revive my pet here. Ooh, he is bypassing all. Oh, that's why I don't have my kinetic plating up. Jeez. I've been doing this without my kinetic plating on this entire time. Yeah, so Gauss is the DE's fix for not fixing the doors. If you just let people run into it and tell them that they'll get a buff, they'll run into it and not want the doors fixed. It's genius in all reality, to be honest. Recommend 10 out of 10. Would do again. There we go. Again, like I said, as we're going through this process, I'll link another video for you guys to watch that actually has this entire process sped up. Well, we're going to go ahead and we'll just do this live stream since I'm doing it anyways. Might as well do it to get the thralls.
We're running out of time.
Stop. Oh, 20 seconds left. $12. Oh, now you decide to die on me? Wow, useless
Been replenished.
piece of rotting flesh.
Life support activated. Extraction is
Okay,
available
cool, here we go.
if you need it.
Got our osteo class back up. And we're just going through these guys one at a time, just slowly grinding this out. Like I said, kuva liche's biggest grind ever. It literally takes hours to grind out. But the weapons are worth it.
Ready for a capsule.
It's kind of funny. So DE said that they wanted to, like initially when kuva liches were coming out, DE was saying that, oh, you're going to have to wait instead of the normal like 24 hours, like 12 hours for a weapon to finish building, you're going to have to wait 5 days for the weapon to finish building. And they decided against that, which that was the right decision. But they said, instead of making them wait 5 days, what we'll do is we'll make them grind for 5 days. They'll thank us in the end. And that's what makes people hate this.
Another life support capsule is now available.
Here we go. Now let's go ahead and let's see where we're at. Because our kuva lich should have been enraged. Okay, so we're going to go back here. We're going to check a couple of things. So now we've tested our very first mod. And now, as you've noticed, so you saw earlier how he was furious. And now that we've stabbed him, he's gone all the way back down to annoyed. So every single time you stab him, he goes down, and we get one of these populated. And this is called a test. So we ran a test. We ran our very first Requiem mod, which we knew, which we found out. We found this first. We chose not to stab him so that this could stay very much enraged. Because had we stabbed him again, he would have felt indifferent about us. It would have already gone down, and he would never spawn in for us. So we want to keep him this bar filled as much as we possibly can. So we want to stab him as few times as possible so that this bar stays as raged as much as possible as we're killing thralls. So we stabbed him once. We found out this mod is wrong. So that means we need to take this mod and we need to put it in this spot. And we need to find out this mod spot. So even though we don't know what this mod is that it's trying to populate for us, that we're trying to populate, we're going to throw something random there. And the reason why we're going to throw something random there is, say we're so used to killing thralls, we're just tapping X, tapping X, tapping X, and we accidentally stab our kuva lich, at least something will be there, and we'll run it. At least gotten something out of it, rather than nothing. Nope, here we go. So let's go ahead and we'll modify. We're going to modify our Parazon, so we're going to go ahead and make those changes. And when we get into our Parazon, we're going to show you another cool little neat trick about this. So we got our known requiems, and we got our test. So we know exactly what we've tried. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to put Foss there. I don't want to put Wrist there. I usually go in alphabetical order, so if we got Foss, I'll usually do Jahu, and then I'll do Kron. I'll just go up the order. It's just what I do. You don't have to do it. You can do whatever you want. It doesn't have to be in particular. It's recorded, so as long as you're doing something different each time, it doesn't really matter. And as long as you're making sure you're using your known requiems, it's not going to make that much big of a deal as long as you're trying something different. So I have a new requiem mod in my very first slot. It's not Foss, and I have Foss in my second slot. So if this one happens to be correct out of some blue, all this will go to knowing my third one, and then this I will just keep there. And if this happens to be correct, then I already know my order. If this is incorrect, I still know my order as long as this one was correct. So now we're just going to go in and we're going to continue to grind for those murmurs. So let's go ahead and we'll switch up our Warframe to something new because we want to be doing something new every single time. Let's see. You know what? I haven't run Saren in forever. Let's run Saren. So here we go. We got a disruption allow media, we got an excavation, we got a mobile defense, there's an exterminate. Let's do this one. Again, exterminate and survivals are my favorite. Captures are okay. Sometimes they go a little too quick because you're always rushing to the end. But at least with exterminates and survivals, like there's a time limit. Exterminates, there's at least a number of enemies you have to at least go through. So you're always killing somebody. And sometimes with exterminates, you can kind of sort of extend it by skipping past the enemies and always making sure you're killing the thrall first and then killing guys along the way. And that makes it so you can get more thralls per mission. Like the faster you kill the thrall, the more thralls you can get in the mission. And I don't know why that is. It's just kind of weird with the spawn rate. I feel like they got like a timer set on them, but it's kind of just, again, it's all RNG whether or not they spawn in. So let's see. Just go this way. We got our guys up. Oh, look at that. Beautiful death virus everywhere. Ooh, we're even getting the guys up top. Isn't that lovely? So again, we're going to go after our thrall. He decided to come all the way down here. Rude. Trying to run away from me? Yeah, no way. Get back here. I'm not done with you. Get your shot. Get your COVID shot. Vaccine's out. Ready for everybody? Looks like our little buddy was struggling with that. Yeah, he's an MR18. Oh, we should probably go this way towards extraction, not away from it. Oh, we got a friend coming in. Yeah, I don't really care for it. Oh, he's gonna make me wait here. Not to worry, I can make him force extract. Maybe I should help him. Man, I should have added punch through on this if I was trying to do that. "16 seconds, bro." This is always the risk that you run with randoms. Is they wait all the way to the last second, and then you got to run the risk with me where you just don't get it.
I think I have something of yours.
We'll go ahead and leave. Excellent. Let's go ahead and go into the next mission and see what else we got. I don't think we got a whole lot of murmurs out of that one. No, we didn't. We didn't get a whole bunch of them. We were flying through them way too quick. There's an excavation, mobile defense. Nothing that I really enjoy. So let's see if I think Hydra's a capture. We'll do the capture. Sometimes you'll notice that these ones are been really heavily controlled. So sometimes like you'll do them and they won't go away. Yeah, that's normal too. Somebody will say like, "Oh, I did one 5 times and it never went away." It's like, yeah, you're lucky. Yep, just count yourself lucky and enjoy the blessing that you got, that you were able to do a mission that you liked over and over and over several times and it didn't go away. That lich must have really wanted that node.
You are here to find our target and bring it to the extraction point. Happy hunting.
So here we go.
You'd think they'd clone something a little less ugly.
Stab that guy.
Target located.
Oh, rude.
Scans indicate our target is in the vicinity. Find them.
Eat that.
Mission complete. The captive has been escorted to the extraction point. Well done.
You can die to my virus. I don't even know what build I got on this. It's been so long. Oh, nice. Another Requiem mod. Yeah, so we're just naturally getting Requiem mods. We're just naturally getting everything we need. Man, we're just hitting these guys hard.
I will consider what I've learned from the skirmish.
Watch yourself. Rainier are on the way.
This gun's a bit of a heavy hitter anyways. I really like it. I really like a lot of the Deimos weapons. Like the Masalan I really like too. Even though like I'm using the kuva. I just recently upgraded my kuva. It's now a 60%. So yeah, I've probably done a little bit way too much of this. Oh wait, we got a thrall back there. Let's wreck him. Oh, I like that one. Just that assassination is pretty cool in my opinion. Here we go. Oh, look at that. Look at that damage. That poor dog. I had to kill it. So sad. Too bad its owner sucked. Oh, hey, you think you're gonna get me this time? Guess what? Suck it. Suck it, stalker. So yeah, as you can see, he's still in my stuff. But guess what? He's not still in my Requiem mods. Look at that. I got 2 that time. So 1 mission and I got 2 Requiem relics. So that's why actual kuva lich hunting is the best Requiem relic farm ever. Because you can get multiples in one. Sure, not every mission you get it, but I've been getting it pretty consistently, like at least 1 every round. And plus with the chance of like 2, 3, sometimes even 4. Like it just outweighs the grind that you normally get from siphons. Plus I get the murmurs at the same time. So it's overall the benefit over here is just fully outweighed. Let's see. You know what I haven't done? I haven't done Mirage in a long time. Let's do Mirage. Yeah, I'm just alternating these Warframes, just going back and forth. Hey, look at that, another Exterminate. Oh, those 2 are Exterminates back to back.
I'll take that.
I really like these ship tile sets. These ship tile sets are pretty cool. Cool, if I could get sentience on this.
There is a large platoon. Rainier Marine station here. Leave no one standing.
Now the cool thing about Mirage is if you build it right and you build it with enough ability duration, a lot of times you can just make her abilities just recastable, and it's like it's literally no big deal. And plus, you got the clones out, and the clones just can do crazy amounts of damage just because it's straight up a damage multiplier across. Honestly, the easiest way to describe Mirage is that she is just a damage multiplier. Like, her third gives you a damage multiplier, her first gives you a damage multiplier, and then of course, if you build for Legerdman, like I would never take Legerdman off, unless like I don't know. I would probably take Legerdman off for one build, but keep Legerdman on for another build, because you can build Mirage in so many different ways. Mirage is almost like a Saren in a way, because like when I activate Legerdman, if I have a large ability range, even though ability range doesn't affect my first or my third, it only affects my first, or my fourth, and my second. Because it only affects those, like those are really the only ones I care about. So like you can build it for that Legerdman, or you can build it for the oh, why even showing up? So you can just build it for either or, and like you just play her completely differently each time you do so. So like there's no real like one way, rather wrong way to build Mirage. In fact, you're going to find that with a lot of Warframes, that there's no wrong way to build them. There's just good, better, and best, and it really depends on what you're doing. So, like, if I'm doing a defense mission, maybe I might not necessarily want to build, like, a high ability strength Mirage. Maybe I might want to, like, do a more Legerdman range, kind of Saren, kill the enemies where they spawn kind of build. A lot of the good Warframes, you'll notice that you have multiple ways to build them. Maybe if you're doing a long survival, maybe you want to do like a Revenant instead, like where you just have, like you just can't die. Revenant, Nidus, Nyx, even Hildren, the Undying Frames. Let's see, can this way? Oh.
Let's go.
See, there's another guy coming away. Just wreck all these guys. Didn't even try. Just all AoEs everywhere. Snap a neck or two. Yeah, so I don't think I have the Legerdman augment, so these guys aren't going to die where they spawn, and I definitely don't have this built for ability range. This very first build is kind of like more of a survival, ability strength, capitalize really on the third and the second. Like I could, oh wait, oh I got rid of the fourth for Grendel. Interesting. I gotta let Shoddy know that I'm kuva lich hunting for my streaming today. There we go. Yeah, you can dodge while you're midair. It's pretty dope. I recommend it 10 out of 10. Oh, unfortunately, I don't have time for you, bro. But you know what? I might just keep you alive just so that I can, Oh, no, never mind. You're that direction. I don't want to go that direction. I need you to enthrall these guys over here. Let's see. Oh, ignore that guy. Only go for the enthralled ones.
I'll use it to serve dip.
See if I can get some guys enthralled. Maybe I can lure my guy out so I can get him to enthrall. He does enthrall at least 10, so sometimes getting him to come out is a little to your benefit. So let's see. Maybe I can get him to come through the door by attacking my guys. Is he draining my energy?
So I can do violent and messy, or messy and violent. Any preferences?
Come on, take the bait. Oh, hey, you didn't want me to revive my cat. I get that. And again, it's all about just getting him to turn these guys into thralls. Maybe he won't knock me. Pray that he doesn't knock me. Oh, hey. No, I don't really want you to be around me. That's okay, I'm cool with it. No, it's okay, it's fine. Really, it's fine. Like, you don't have to be all, like, laser beamy at me. It's fine. Perfect. Come on, enthrall my buddy over there. He needs to be enthralled. Just yeet him. Just do it, bro. Don't even ask questions. Just there we go. That's what I'm talking about. We'll do a little stabby stab. Oh, he really saw me on that range. Cool, he's enthralling my buddy here. Just go ahead and smack him real quick. Come on, enthrall him. I know you want to do it. Just enthrall him. I don't even know if that was exactly 10. It might have been 10, it might have been. He might have enthralled all that he could. Nope. Come on, he doesn't know any better. Just enthrall him. I think he's done enthralling, to be honest.
Broken their ranks, so they're on the run. Another
Bada
successful
bing, bada
mission.
boom.
Find extraction.
We're out. Just like that.
I have something of yours.
Might have a buddy who wants to join us. Let me counter his offer. So you doing liches, bro? Let's do it. So yeah, so now I got somebody in my party. We just gotta ask him where his liches at. That way we can see if we can actually get each other going on these liches. Yeah, this is a painfully long stream, so we're almost through a second. And look, he's fuming, which means he can spawn in at any time. Well, I shouldn't say at any time. When he's fully enraged, that's when he can spawn in at any time. But he's getting up there. That's when they become fuming or a little bit more than that. That's when they start spawning in every mission. So that's like when you got to really look out.
Ordis has been counting stars, operator. All accounted for.
So I might even be able to just kind of. So now that mine's mine's kind of far along. If we can get our kuva liches to overlap, like so his is on Jupiter, and mine is on Pluto, and his is on Ceres. So his and theirs are pretty close. So if we focus on theirs, they'll overlap eventually, and then we can both of theirs to spawn in. And we'll just hope that they overlap. So yeah. I got a mobile defense, I got a rescue, I got an excavation, and I got a spy, and a mobile defense. It's the meta way. I'm streaming, bro. It's how to lich. I know you guys are gonna probably get that only half that conversation if I queue up my mic. So yeah, they said we're Gucci to go. We're gonna go ahead and I got a survival. Let me switch out my frame. Oh, and my Trumna's max ranked. So let's see what we can get out of that. So I'm thinking maybe we should run. What kind of Warframe should we run for this? I usually run a lot of Ember, so I don't want to run Ember. Honestly, I don't run a lot of Valkyrie, so let me run Valkyrie. She's a survival frame. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna forma the tar out of this thing. So let's start with this. It's an extra 8 that we got there. The Trump is a 24, 30%. 24 is kind of a little low for a crit, so we'll just try to make the best do with what we got. Maybe run a heavy caliber after we get a little bit going. Won't quite need one of those. Maybe I should switch my melee. Don't know if there's a melee that anybody in particular wants to see, but we got it all. You know, we'll just run with what we got. It'll be fine. Oh wait, I should probably check my build. Make sure it's the efficiency one. Because the cool thing about Docker is that she runs quite a lot like
Please return covered in
shoot.
blood.
She runs quite a lot like Nyx. So you can build her for efficiency, and when you do, you can get pretty similar results that you do with Nyx. Obviously, we got rid of the first. We got rid of it for that. That was a good trade-off. Cool. So I think we're all set there. So let's go ahead and get started on that. Now I should be able to activate my fourth, and I should pretty much stay active the entire time and relatively invincible, so I shouldn't have to worry about deactivating it as long as I keep it in my fourth. That's why I was saying like my melee might not necessarily matter. The only benefit that Nyx has over Valkyr is that when Nyx uses the primary, so Nyx can jump, but Nyx loses her invincibility when she uses her primary or secondary. Nyx, on the other hand, Nyx can't jump, but Nyx can use the primary and secondary while she's invincible. But Valkyr becomes uninvincible during that time. So yeah, so they're very, very similar in the way that they're built. And just the way that their abilities work. Yeah, there we go. Now we got a party going on. Bada bing, bada boom. Like I said, Warframe's all about making friends, so definitely make friends with people. That way you can get very far along in the game, and you can do a whole lot of cool
Life
stuff.
support has been cut off. They're trying to choke you out. Hold on. Sending auxiliary life support.
I really like it that they did a graphics change. Now I'm like running like a cool blue. I gotta be careful when I'm running Valkyr because if you do an aim glide, you'll go invincible, and we don't want to be invincible. We want to be invincible, unlimited power. And we can sit here just smacking this guy all day. These guys can't do nothing on us. They got nothing on us.
Life support incoming.
Look how slow that energy drain is. It really helps that you have Arcane Grace. I recommend Arcane Grace. I know I've said that a couple of times now, but I really recommend Arcane Grace because Arcane Grace makes it so that you get your energy back really, really, really fast.
I've delivered.
So it's necessary. You'll see sometimes I'll walk over a single energy orb and I'll just pick up like 250 energy. Like it's insane. It's pretty good. So I definitely recommend it. Definitely try picking up an Arcane Energizer if you can. During the Orphix event, you can get an Arcane Energizer relatively easily. So you definitely take advantage of the next update that's coming to Xbox that we should be seeing here. It's currently in development. They've gotten rid of the certification notification, so we will be getting that. So definitely look forward to it. Definitely. Ooh, Ashen Optics. That means we killed a little guy. We killed, that guy is called a Maniac, a Grenier Maniac, which comes from Tal Regor on Uranus. When you stay in missions very long, you'll notice that they'll spawn in more frequently. Not as common in lower level missions, but when you get into the higher tier missions, they become more common. And more common means that you can get more parts. Like, that's how you get your entire Ash set. Just the regular variant, not the Prime variant. The Prime variant is volted and has been temporarily discontinued at this given point in time, and will get re-released when it becomes part of the unbolting set. So, they release every quarter, so
Life support has arrived.
if we get that this year, we might not see it for a few years, because we just recently got one of them that contained an Ash Prime set, so it was Ash and Bobbin that came out together, if I remember correctly last time. Look at that, another Requiem 3 relic. I should probably mark that for everybody. And I'm trying to mark it. There we go. And you always make sure you try to mark that. You mark things by hitting the up arrow if you're on Xbox. Or the up arrow on the D-pad. And that just makes it nice and convenient for people. So they were actually trying to go after those relics. So he wanted to farm out the relics. So I didn't want to farm out a relic only. I'd rather just farm out his murmurs, and then he has his murmurs to rely and fall back on, should he need them. Because he's going to get those Requiem mods and the relics as well, which we already stated earlier in the stream. So the process is definitely get a friend, make a friend, have him take you, go claim your kuva liche, have him take you to gain murmurs, do not stab your lich, and let other people carry you through the missions. It's all about the best way to grind through these. Day one of this update was awful for the players like me because we had to do it the long way. Nobody had any Requiem relics and nobody had any kuva liches. And quite honestly, nobody knew how many Requiem relics they could have gotten from the kuva liches either. So day one was definitely awful. I recommend making some friends for this update. For kuva liches just in general. Make some friends. I'm at 11. Does it stop at 11 multiplier for me? I could have sworn I can get all the way up to 12. Oh, I can get up to 12. Okay, cool. I got worried there for a second, seeing that it was stuck at 11. As you can see, I'm just staying invincible. I cannot be killed. I am literally an invincible Valkyr running around with 300 health. That's why it's better to have brains versus bronze. and I can move so much faster than Nyx can. And that is a love-hate relationship for a lot of people. But you'll be able to see that I'll be running a Nyx, and I can move pretty fast with Nyx as is. It all depends on what you do and how you build your Warframes. Get to know your Warframes, and you can do crazy things with them. I'll probably be running, I'll probably run a Nyx later here today, just because I like the slow drain decay that Nyx has. Well, we'll just blind everybody. There you go. We need to get Spoon over here. I don't know what Spoon is doing. Oh, I can't even pause. Why can't I pause? It's so weird I can't pause. Bye, Spoon. I sure hope we took him with us. But yeah, so we've gotten Requiem Relics, we've gotten our Murmurs, we've gotten the whole 9 yards with these runs. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and switch to a different frame. You know, we'll go with a classic Inaros. As you can see, I've dumped 7 Forma into my Inaros Prime. Should say something about him. Now, my Inaros Prime, I found on Steel Path, I had no trouble going up against guys that were like level 200, 300. I just kind of stood there over people's bodies. And it's been pretty good. Just a sliver, so probably after this mission we can go into another mission. If he does spawn in, then what we can do is we can go ahead and stab him. And then that will be where we take a second and go over how we proceed from there. So like I said, I'm just following the flowchart from earlier. So let me pull up the flowchart from earlier so you guys can see. So here we are, kuva flowchart. Where were we at? Okay. So in our kuva flowchart, our A was wrong. So A was not correct for us. So what we did is we put our A mod and we put it in the second slot. And then we took our B mod and we're going to put it in our first slot. And then we're going to go stab him again. So this is what step we're on. We're on step 3. So we'll go back.
Stand by while I analyze the intelligence profiles of the Grenier. Error, not a number. Did the operator enjoy this witticism?
Yeah, that's kind of what we'll do is I don't mind grinding while people are going out and doing stuff. It's easier. I do it. Everybody else should just do it. Just like step away for a second. You just need a hot second to do whatever. It's important. And we're just going to load into this match. Only a few more murmurs left, and hopefully it pops up at the top this time so we can all see what it looks like. I don't know if it was earlier, but I didn't see it, so I'm going to assume that either like a health bar was blocking it or something. Because sometimes that's what happens. You have to listen for like that giant gong to ultimately determine. Now, I like this because these guys are going to kill me, and look at my health bar. Look at that. Now, you saw it earlier, it was wrecking my Nova, but as a Naros, just up in the top, these guys, they can beat me all day. And they just heal me even harder, even faster. And Naros is just overpowered. He's just so good. I recommend him, 10 out of 10. Oh, looks like we're getting close on our member count. You know, I feel like we'll just walk through this. Let's see, we got the gong. I don't think we got the gong yet, so we're waiting for it. And that's it. That's the gong. That's the one that's the sound we're looking for. So now we know for certain if we complete this mission and have no issues, we should be able to be just fine. And we should be able to switch up our mods after this and be able to stab our kuva liche. So as soon as this mission's done, we'll know what our mod is, and we'll be able to stab our kuva liche. And then we will almost be done. Oh, oops. Oh, good. Oh, good. They put the fuel cell in. I got nervous. Wait, maybe? Maybe? Oh, we're doing a guard. Technically, that's what you want to do, because doing the guard on these sabotage missions can increase the spawn. Well, it increases the duration of the mission, which indirectly increases the spawn rate of the thralls, just because the thralls are kind of sort of on a time basis. They have a random probability within a certain duration of time to spawn in between thrall kills and thrall spawns. Which is kind of obnoxious that it's based off of timing rather than just naturally spawning in and just soul RNG. A certain number of guys got to come into the mission before you can finally, like, get a thrall to spawn. It's just a burden. Maybe I'll throw my Mosalon on, because I really like my Mosalon.
The enemy has destroyed a reactor pipe. You must protect them.
Here we go. Now we're going to extraction. So that should be giving us the very first murmur to mod. So it just kind of overflows like that. Just kind of flows nicely from one to the next murmur. Keep in mind, we still want to be getting these because we still have another like 70 murmurs to go. Oh, we can't stab him. We can't stab him. We're not going to stab him. We're just going to leave. We can let him try to kill me. So the other thing about kuva liche is if you down them 3 times, then when you down them, they will go away throughout the rest of, for the remainder of the mission. Maybe we can get him to enthrall a couple of these guys. Let's see. Enthrall one.
So I can do violent and messy, or messy and violent. Any preferences?
My preference is that we extract, or we let him continue to enthrall guys. Oh, hit me hard, Daddy. Oops.
Better, stronger, cuter. You behold the queen.
So now he's left, so now there's no point in staying, so we'll just go.
Yoink. What was yours is now mine. Bye-bye.
These kuva liches, I swear. I'm telling you, the grindiest thing that you'll ever play in this game are kuva liches. So yeah, this stream's been going on for quite some time. If you're joining with us, where we're at inside of our kuva lich mission is we just found out our second Requiem mod, and we're going on for the third, and we're going to go stab our kuva lich intermittently, and then hopefully within a little bit we will finally have that third Requiem mod, and we'll finally be able to kill or convert our kuva lich. Again, what we'll do is we will then take this video and we will put it onto YouTube. We will fast forward through a lot of this stuff so that you guys can have a more and fully broken down. So yeah, he's enraged, so he will probably spawn in the next mission. And even when I stab him, there should be enough left over. Oh my goodness, its wrist was literally the mod I took off. we got wrist as I knew I should have just kept wrist on and just tried to stab him. If I had done so and I had kept wrist on and we had stabbed him, well, all the memories we had gained up to this point would have gone over to our third Requiem mod. But it didn't, and I didn't. I took it off. Thank goodness I didn't, because I was intending on throwing Jahu there instead. So we'll just throw Riss on. We don't know if this is the correct order or anything, but we're going to go ahead and try it out. Now, these guys, because they're hanging out with me and I'm going to go stab him, we're going to get 10 murmurs just for the stab. So everybody's going to get a good portion, good amount, and it's going to be pretty all right. So let's see. We got a rescue. We got a mobile defense. Let's do this rescue because rescues are significantly faster than the other missions. Not a preferable, but if we get him to spawn in, then we're going to be golden, and we can just go ahead and stab him and call it a day. And then we can move on to the next one, and hopefully he'll have migrated to another planet. Let me see if I can switch out my Warframe. Oh, Spoon left. Oh, oops. Well, I guess there's that. I wonder if they all crashed. So, you know what, we'll switch over to Atlas. They might be getting off for the night.
Stand by while I analyze the intelligence profiles of the Grenier. Error, not a number. Did the operator enjoy this witticism?
Yeah, we're still on public, so we should be good. There we go. Now we got to count down like we're supposed to. For all the Doctor Who fans, we're streaming from Bad Wolf.
This is a rescue mission. We need to find and liberate the hostage before any harm comes to them.
So, if you're wondering about some of the little sneak peeks that are coming to Empyrean, if you have not seen this room yet, let me go ahead and give you a look at what the room is. This is what the room looks like. You can see that there's some interesting weapons that we haven't ever seen before. Like, I haven't seen that weapon before, and there's nothing there. They haven't given us a whole lot of details. There's an opticore. We're familiar with that, but what is this weapon?
Holding cell immediately.
We're familiar with this weapon, so we've seen it. And we're familiar with this weapon. But what is this weapon? We've never seen it before. I've never seen it. So this looks like something new that we might be getting in the future. Maybe some type of bazooka or something. But also, you'll notice that there's some corporate ships that pop up. So if we stand on this pad, we get this thing that pops up here. And if you look out the window, there's a ship that spawns in, which I thought was pretty cool. So I wonder if we'll be getting that soon. And then if we do the same thing over here, if you wait, boom, another fighter. It looks pretty cool. You can also, if you're going throughout this map, you can also drop those fighters and like totally, utterly destroy them
Everybody knows
by just dropping them out, depending on what room you go into. And if I come across one of those rooms, like I did just there, I will show you on how to drop the fighters out. It's pretty cool. A lot of Easter eggs for a lot of different things. There we go. We got a Kuva thrall up there. Let's go wreck it. The longest grind in the history of all grinds, right here in Warframe. There we go. And now that we got him fully enraged, we can just we'll just throw some of that down. Get some bouncers in here. Hey, but I'm gonna stab you first. The reason why I'm choosing to stab him is because if I stab the kuva liche and I'm wrong, then what I'll end up doing is that. And that's what I was afraid was gonna happen. So yeah, this is gonna be a very, very long grind. So we'll go back to our flowchart as soon as we extract here. But essentially, both A and B were wrong. So that means this is going to be a really awful grind.
will surely initiate the execution sequence. The bypass is done.
We'll just go in the way that we're not supposed to.
Captive will be in one
And
of
we'll
the
just
cells.
auto-hack these and see what we get.
You are running out of time.
There we go.
Thank you, Tenno.
Subject found. To bring the captive to
So this is going to be a painful one, guys. We did not get the fortunate event that we were hoping for, which was that at least one of those two were correct. So we had about a 60% chance of actually having the correct one. Probably closer to 67% chance of getting the right one because we were trying to pick between the two mods. Now we got to get every murmur we possibly can because we're going to be here a while. Excellent, so here we go. And we're just going to try to extract, and we're going to try to make the best of what we got. So while we're loading out here, let's go back to our flowchart. Okay, so 3B, if our very first mod we place in the slot was incorrect, what we got to do is we got to place it into mod 2. So we're past that. What we've done is we've now stabbed him. So there's one of 4 conditions we get. So if we're coming from 3A, we are not. We are coming from 3B. Coming from 3B, if our B mod was correct, but A mod was incorrect, we're going to skip to 4C. That is not us. If our B mod was incorrect, we weren't able to test our A mod to see if our A mod was in the right spot. So we're going to skip to 4D. Okay? So let's skip all the way down to 4D. Wow, that sucks. We'll have to kill our kuva liche at rank at least 3. So let's see, what is our current kuva rank? Kuva liche rank right now. It is 3. So it could be, it's going to be at least 3, and it's probably going to be more like 4. And because of that, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to grind out this last one here and equip it, and then hopefully we have the right one, but we might as well throw mods there. Now, yeah, it's going to be painful. This might be a point, like if you feel confident in your abilities, this might be where you just start stabbing it with all sorts of mods. We've already tested 2 of the mods. If you are very brand new and you're really not used to handling enemies that are level 200 plus, this might be the case where you consider that, you know, maybe I'll just grind out the remaining murmurs and stuff, and then once I get my rank, then I'll go ahead and go and stab it. We're used to it. I'm going to go ahead and throw on my Nyx. If you don't believe me that Nyx is one of the most overpowered Warframes in the game, prepare to be wowed. Nyx is one of the most overpowered Warframes in the game, and we're going to use her to finish this off. So here we go. So let's go ahead and let's make sure that we have everything in order. We have a new mod there. Now that mod is just a filler until we actually know what this mod is. And we're going to grind out our murmurs until we know what this mod is, and we're going to place it there. And then we know it's going to be right, so now so on that stab, we're going to be testing. Really, we're testing the second spot. We know what the very first spot is going to be. It's going to be whatever this one is once we get the murmurs. And then if it's wrong still, we'll flip it, and then we'll get it. So possibly rank 4. But we're going to use Nyx throughout the duration of the remaining of this. And our lich has now spread to Eris. Let's see what we got on Eris that we can use. So we got a hive. Let's see. Is that oh, it's capture. So we'll do the capture. And then hopefully we get a lot of murmurs. So here we go. And we're still going. We're going to keep it going.
Here on a capture mission. We must find, capture, and extract our target.
You'd think they'd clone something a little less ugly.
So I went ahead and I threw Valkyr's ability on this. Honestly, I have a Revenant one where I have Revenant's 3rd, and I've heard it's really overpowered. It's really great on Nyx because it makes her like insta-KO guys as well. Haven't tried it out yet, to be honest, but I've been really liking the Valkyr because it increases my melee. As you can see, I'm just going nuts here. And I went ahead and kept myself with a gas weapon here for this. And the reason why I chose to keep a gas weapon is because when I strip their enemy armor, like gas just rips them apart. Oh hey, there's a guy over there. The problem is you might run across these gaps. And if that's the case, where did this guy go? Oh my gosh, he actually fell through the map. Oh good. I was able to stab him still. I got worried there for a second. We're gonna jump over these guys because we don't care. Because we're Nyx and we're just essentially invincible. Typically you wouldn't want to do that. You'd actually want to be using your melee still. But this guy doesn't even know what's coming to him. Poor greener guy. He didn't even have a chance.
Excellent. We'll interrogate the captive back at base.
And we're just gonna slowly go towards extraction. Here we are, going slowly towards extraction, as Nyx, just collecting murmurs and thralls all along the way, following our flow chart. Here we are. Look at that. Gorgeous. All these guys dying. Death. Death to the Grenier. I'm at a little bit of a tight spot there, so we'll just go ahead and jump over. And did they take away the effect, like where if you take damage, your bubble goes away from allies? Yes, yes it does. It does not go away, and they did take it away, so you can now be in squads with teammates, and they won't be able to deactivate your thingamajigger, so we can be in this bubble all day, and nobody can do anything about it. Even if somebody was to join us and they were random, they would follow us around and try to shoot us all day. It's great. I rank it 10 out of 10. Would do again, definitely. So I do recommend having an invincible Warframe like Nyx for this. The only reason why I don't recommend Inaros is because you might go up against a level 200 kuva liche. And I say might because, you know, it all depends on whether or not you got your mod order correct and whether or not you were fortunate and you had it all on your side and it was working out for you. Oh, of course it's going to be that way. We'll knock all the guys down. Then we'll jump across so we can get this. One stream, one kuva liche hunt, and we're doing it as fast as possible. Is there a crazy fast method to this? No, no there is not. So you just got to get used to the grind of this. You're not used to grinding? Well, if you want to get the most overpowered weapons of the game, you're going to have to grind. So just get used to it. We are several hours into this stream for it. I bet you this stream has been going on for quite some time. We should have this lich done relatively soon here.
I think I have something of yours.
Excellent. Our Sepulchrum is 22, our Trumna is 16. There we go. Slow but surely, we're ranking the stuff up. I believe Oh, hey, did it just do it again? It just popped it up again. So yeah, so that's what I'm talking about. Like when missions, sometimes you can repeat them. It's not a glitch. It's not that I didn't get what I got from it. I did get it. It just I got it again. I got it a second time, and it's kind of nice. So it looks like that one's a rescue as well. I'm gonna go ahead and do this exterminate though, because I feel like exterminates just are a little slower, fast-paced than rescues and captures. And that's just because you're just not eager to get to the extraction point. You're going through it, you're killing the enemies, and so I feel like they have a better spawn rate, especially if you go directly towards the thrall initially. Again, for those who are watching, I will be releasing a video that is significantly shorter, where it has me jumping all the way to each section, where you actually see me rotate the mods out rather than the painful grind that is, where, you know, you're not going to get as nearly as much information out of it, but I'll just skip ahead so you can see what I did. And that's how you naturally go about it. Grind out. It's very simple. Grind out the thralls. Then you test the mods in between.
Learn from the skirmish.
Now, if you wanted a companion that didn't go down as much as mine, I'm not switching mine out. I'm not being tenacious and really being on top of my companion. It doesn't really bother me that my companion goes down, and the reason why it doesn't bother me, because if I really, like, I'm Nyx, like, I'm not gonna die. Really, like, all I'm getting is just a crit chance buff from it. And, you know, to some people that might be important, but the crit tiers I'm hitting are already red. Like, I only got a 5.0 multiplier, and I'm hitting an orange crit. They're my red crits, they're already up. So I'm not really worried about it. If my companion dies, they die. It's kind of whatevs at this point to me. If I wanted my companion to always be up, I suppose what I could do is I could throw a MOA on, and then my fourth would actually be given to my MOA, and I could have that going for me. And that would sometimes help if you wanted to have a MOA and you still wanted to have the fetch on. But again, like, I'm not terribly concerned by it. I'm running, like, what is that, an Adarza? I mostly run this Kavat just for the resource bonuses and the crit chance. Well, if it's Adarza, I'm running it for the crit chance. For the Smeedas, I'm running it for the resource drop chance booster as well. That way you can get, like, a chance at, like, a double cap proc or something. But typically, I don't usually change my companions out all that much because it's gotten to the point in the game for me where it's, like, sort of negligible. You know, maybe when a new update comes out, I might be a little bit more pickier and I might be making a big deal out of it. But as of right now, not really. Now, if I wanted to, because he's in super duper enraged, I could stab him, but again, that reduces the chances of him actually coming in. So I'm probably, since I only tested 2 of the 8 mods that could 2 of the 7 mods that could possibly be there, I have essentially a 1 in 4 chance of being correct. So those aren't really good odds, in my opinion. Now, if I had, like, made a whole bunch of mistakes and I had tested a whole bunch of different mods, maybe I might have been a little bit more opt for just going ahead and stabbing him. It's like, you know, he's going to be level 200, whatever, it doesn't really matter. But since I've only tested 2 of the mods, you know, I really like him spawning in all that often, because every single time he spawns in, it's a possibility that he can just go ahead and enthrall a whole bunch of guys for me, and naturally it just increases my rate of gaining murmurs anyway, so, and also increases the rate at which I gain those Requiem mods, which is more beneficial in my opinion than stopping him from getting enraged and not getting my 10 murmurs from him. So, like, he's probably gonna enrage this guy, look at that, or enthrall him. So he just enthralled this guy, now I just got another murmur just from him being here. But this guy's the one that's enthralling him. Nope, you see, I shouldn't have done that. Now it might have been worthwhile to actually, well, I don't know. Now it might be worthwhile to actually go ahead and continuously stab him now that I've tested 3 mods. I only got really, what is it, 4 mods left to test? Because I know it can't be the 2 that I have equipped on the other side. I just know it's not Loke. And I got a lot of other murmurs to go through to be able to find, in order to find out, so... You know, he might still be enraged enough that it might be worth it by the time I'm done stabbing and testing it. But at this point in the game, like, you're just like, I just want to do this, like, later or tomorrow or something, because it's an awful grind. And especially when you have that happen to you, where you've tested it now, like, twice, and, yeah, it becomes a very, very awful grind. But we did get a Requiem mod out of it, or a Requiem relic out of it, so that's good. And if you like are farming for Requiem relics this way, like you're gonna end up walking out with a lot of Requiem relics. You're not gonna really need to go out to the markets and buy them. Like when you need one of the mods, you're just gonna have it. So it's really nice and nifty way of going about getting your Requiem relics and Requiem mods. It's just grinding out the murmurs. So let's see. So now that we've tested that, we need to go here. Let's modify our Parazon. We know it can't be Loke, so we're kind of breaking away from the flowchart because at this point we've kind of stabbed him a whole lot. He's already rank 4. This kuva liche will be a rank 5 by the time we kill him. So I'm just gonna be running Nyx throughout the entirety just to ensure that we don't die. So we know it's not Voss. We know it's not Riss. It might actually be Jahu. We haven't tested Jahu. We know we've tested a Loke. So there's only 4 mods left that we can test. So it's either Jahu, Kra, Netra. Actually, there's 5 mods: Netra, Bohm, or Zada. So there's 5 mods that we could test. So we're just gonna go through them and then hopefully we'll get them. But yeah, you're gonna feel that there's not a whole lot of difference between the rank 4 and the rank 5. So we'll just keep on stabbing them. We'll get more of the missions that we want anyways from doing so. And then hopefully we either find out what the 3rd mod is or we kill them rather quickly. So this is why this game mode is 300% RNG. There's no way to force getting the kuva liche in. You can't go, like, after you know all your Requiems, there's no way to actually go to him. There's no, like, node for a boss fight. There's no force to it. It's all completely 100% RNG. And if RNG is not on your side for this game, like it is not for this stream, then you're going to be sitting here running this a long time. And that's just the way this works. That's just the way the kuva liche farming works. Love it. Eat it up. Enjoy it. Look, he's already in. And because I switched out my mod, he's going to keep on pushing me back until I'm all the way over here. That is awesome. Oh, you're not dead. There you go, now die. Thank goodness we got him fully enraged earlier, and like we weren't kind of sort of stabbing him, because it's actually getting him to spawn in. We got him to spawn in significantly more often than we normally would have. And that's kind of sort of important. Now, this is why I like Nyx. Look at this. He's going to wreck me. He's going to toss me across the map. But what he's going to do is I'm still going to be right there. I'm going to take away all of his benefits, and I'm just going to wreck his hide right here, right now. He might become resistant to my stuff, so we know it's not Jahu. Look at that. And now our Requiem mods are about halfway. There's no way around that. He's now a rank 5 kuva liche, which means he's going to be even harder to get next time. So we've now tested half of the mods inside the game on what it could be, and we still don't know what our third Requiem mod is, and we don't know what order. So my hope is that we can figure out what that third Requiem mod is relatively quickly, so that we just get lucky. At this point, literally all we're doing at this point is we're just playing luck. It is the luck of the roll. It is the luck of the cards. That is all that's going on. There's nothing else going on here other than sheer dumb luck. And we got to complete every single one of the missions, otherwise we end up losing the murmurs anyways, and we end up backtracking. So it's not exactly like we can stop either. You have to complete the mission. Yeah, as you can see, we're about halfway. So that is 20 murmurs alone from the kuva liche that we got. 20 murmurs for this Requiem, for this third Requiem mod. So as you can guess, it's a solid 70 Requiem, or it's a solid 70 murmurs you have to get in order to be able to find out your third Requiem mod. It is a lot of grinding. DE knows it. A lot of people know it. And they haven't changed anything about it, and they're not going to change anything until the next update. They said that they're going to adjust it, but we'll see what they do in terms of adjusting it, because right now this grind is awful.
You are running out of time.
And we got to make it all the way to that 5-minute mark before we can extract.
Life support activated.
We haven't gotten another kuva sprawl in. Oh, there he is. There he goes. Now he went down.
Tenno, prepare for life support.
I was going to fall anyway, so it didn't really matter there.
Life support has been replenished.
And we're just power throwing this.
Support capsule.
Just killing as many of these guys as we possibly can.
When you are ready, go to extraction.
There we go. So yeah, if DE nerfs this Warframe, they're going to have to nerf at least 5 to 6 other Warframes. Because there are about 5 or 6 Warframes in my arsenal that can essentially do exactly what Nyx is doing right now. So there's no point in nerfing unless they nerf like all their Warframes. And I will come up with a video so that you know the top 5 invincible Warframes. Warframes that literally don't die.
Operating in my sector, friend? Time to pay the idiot tax.
Another life support capsule is now available.
So here we go. See where we're at. Got a bit of a loading screen there. And we're going to switch out our Requiem mod, and we're going to go through all 8 Requiem mods because our kuva liche is already rank 5, and it doesn't really matter at this point. So we broke off from our chart, and now it's going to be a painful grind. So we got Crawl left that we could try. So we've tried Foss, Riss, Loke, Jahu, and now we're going to try Craw. And we're only about halfway.
If I may say, operator, your chosen Warframe.
And we're going to go check here to see how enraged our kuva liche is. He's annoyed now, which means he's not really going to want to come in. So within 2 stabs, so this is why it's important to always make sure that you're not stabbing him and you're just going ahead and you're just bearing through it and you're just going with the thralls. Because he went from fully enraged to just annoyed. So that means he's not going to really want to come in. And when he does come in, it's going to be sheer dumb luck.
I claim this territory in the name of yours truly.
But at this point in time, like, we've just accepted our fate. Like, this is going to be an awful grind. Hoping that we might have gotten lucky and we would only had to have gone through half the flowchart. No, we are not lucky. We are literally not beating the stats. This is why you don't go gamble, kids. Because if you go gamble, you're gonna be part of the odds. There's gonna be another statistic. Don't do it.
There is a large platoon Marine stationed here. Leave no one
We're
standing.
rolling every die we got. This is the closest thing to a slot machine as we've gotten before. Because it's not a puzzle like it was supposed to be. It would have been a puzzle like if you had 8 mods and you were trying to kill it and you're putting it in and you're trying to get like a correct response, but it's not much of a puzzle when you have to go through and there's a chance that you get the right answer. That's just RNG. That's just a slot machine. Let's see what we got going on down here. Might get really quiet. I'm just focusing. Stabby stab. I'm stripping their armor by 100%, which I really like. It's allowing me to one-shot them. There we go. So another question that people might ask is, would I go so kuva weapons? They're the only weapon in the game that actually makes it all the way to rank 40, aside from the paracesis. With that being said, your kuva weapons, they have percent bonuses attached to them, and we'll go over a little bit that when we get done killing this kuva lich. But what you can do with your kuva lich's weapons is you can rank them all the way up to rank 40, and you can valence fuse other kuva weapons into them. So we'll have to show that. Waypoint, you want to pick a spot and just stick to it, man? Oh, jeez.
Yourself. Grenier are on the way.
And as long as we're getting thralls, we're doing good. I don't know what happened there. I thought my ability deactivated, but it's still going. Oh, geez, I don't know what happened there. What the fetch? I really wish I knew what happened there. That is crazy. I've noticed the game does like to yeet you every now and then. Just like casually, it'll just make you fail. Out heavy gunner.
You've broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction.
Operating in my sector, friend?
As you can see, he didn't spawn in, and all we got were thralls. And the missions only get longer. Okay. Let's check our progress. Let's see where we're at.
The next time you
Now he's a little bit more annoyed, and we have about about 2/3 of the members we need. That's a defense. That's a defense. That's a spy. That's a mobile defense. Let's see. That's a rescue. Let's see. We can probably go all the way up here since we've stabbed him enough times. Let's go all the way up here. Let's see if this exterminate. I'm beginning to sound like a Dalek. Exterminate. Exterminate.
There is a large platoon of Grenier stationed here, leaving no one standing.
Grenier have no alternative.
It does have some pretty cool mechanics in it, where you kind of do a flip over the guy.
I'm detecting a large security force heading your way. Grenier.
Yeah, we don't need to wait for no elevators. We can just keep on going. Oh, yay, we got a Requiem mod. Or relic. Not mod. $120 guys.
Warframe is strong. Let's go on the offensive.
And just crowd control them for a hot second. Oh geez, that was the wrong button. Try that one. Maybe that one. Giving out COVID shots. Look at that. Oh look, so see there's my kuva liche, and I betcha. Oh, so this one I did kill at rank 5. Look at what he's shooting at. Oh, he's actually shooting at something. Look at how little damage he's dealing to that guy. That's actually the newest lich I converted.
You have broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction.
It's just mostly jumping around.
Wallet feeling
So how?
light, friend?
So yeah, as you can see, even with the rank 5 kuva lich, he wasn't really doing a whole lot to these enemies. Granted, these enemies were like level 100, but still, the kuva lich wasn't doing anything. So either it just is completely negligible and is completely useless, but they just kind of don't help. That's how a lot of them are, because they're supposed to scale with ability strength. They just don't do anything to the enemy. So they might have killed like one or two guys like on a lower tier mission. That guy, he was hitting that my kuva lich, he was hitting that guy forever, and he was hitting him pretty hard, and he still didn't do anything to him. So it's like, what's the point of even having them come into the mission if they just jump around all day and then just don't do anything? So this just doesn't make sense to me. Like, I'm excited for them to be coming out to the. I'm excited for them to be actually coming to Railjack, but I'm not going to be super excited if that's going to be our resultant. We want like AIs, kind of like Wukong's Celestial Twin, AI mechanics very similar to like Umbra's. Like, those would be awesome. But the current one that they have attached to the kuva lich, it's just, I don't know what it is about it. It's just not. They're just not attacking. They're just not doing much. They're just not doing what we anticipated that they would do.
To distract the enemy, a fellow Tenno operative raids the ship for much-needed supplies. Make your presence known. Life support has been cut off. Trying to choke you out. Hold on. I'm sending auxiliary life support.
So we're about 3/4 of the way. had to revive my cat before I could kill that thing.
You are running out of time.
34 seconds left on the clock until this mission's over with. But really, all I care about are the throw spawns at this point.
Their life support capsule is now available.
Oh, maybe I will get a chance to stab him.
You can't kill me if you keep hitting me in the bits I've had replaced. Oh no, you don't. Get back here and take what's coming to you.
When needed, extraction is ready. Critical life support levels. Extraction is your best option.
Now this is where I really like Nyx. So I have there is no life support and we are still in this thing. And that just did it for my memory. So I know now my last one, and then now it's just a matter of getting him to spawn in, which as you can see is significantly more than, it's easier said than just done. So let's go ahead and blow this popsicle stand. I don't even have a... Oh, wow. I got hit by way too much damage. Just trying to extract.
Wallet feeling a little light, friend?
So as you can see, what you're mostly using with your mix is you're just mostly using your melee. Okay, it looks like it's not appearing at the top. Usually it appears at the top. Sometimes, every now and then, it doesn't. That's okay, we can always go in here. We only had 3 more murmurs left to try before we found out all of them. But as you can see, killing us, stabbing them definitely significantly upped it. A rate of actually knowing. But we still only had, what was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We tested 5, and that was a 6. So really, we would have known immediately after we tested the next one either way. So we still don't know our order. So we still gotta get it enraged. It probably feels... Oh, it's furious at us. Okay, perfect. That's exactly what we need. We need it to spawn in so we can test it. Because at this point, we're just testing the order. We either get it or we don't. If we don't get it this time, then we're going to stab him next time, and then we'll get it.
Your job is to distract the enemy while a fellow Tenno operative raids the ship for much-needed supplies. Make your presence known. Life support has been cut off. They're trying to choke you out. I'm sending auxiliary life support.
Toss him to the side. There he is. There's our little friend. He's gonna try tossing me. And he really doesn't like me.
Life support.
I think they're scared. Comrades, are they scared? I think they're scared.
I don't like him.
I've delivered a life support capsule to the area.
No, he really doesn't like me. Like,
Additional life support has arrived.
man, he was really trying to prevent me from succeeding in this mission, wasn't he?
Life support activated.
Oh, he's gonna die now. Harder.
Life support incoming. You are running out of time.
We've got signals singing the same song as our victim. Careful now.
I've delivered another life support capsule.
Where are they coming from? Lord, who did this to them?
Life support has been replenished.
Got a lot of energy going off from us. Yeah, so as you can see, I got all 3 blue, so I can either choose to vanquish or convert. I'm going to choose to convert.
Consider
If I
extraction.
don't, it automatically vanquishes, so I'm going to convert. Boom. And the reason why I'm converting is I'm preparing for Empyrean later in 2021.
Dream, there's gotta be a way to take these things down.
And that was just in the nick of time. So yeah, so now at this point we just go ahead and extract. And there's we'll go over the last bit of things. Okay. So now that we've vanquished and or converted our first kuva liche, as you can see, right off the get-go, these are all of the items that he stole from us earlier on. And we get them all back in this mission as soon as you go ahead and kill them. There are a couple of things that didn't come, but that came from natural mission progression, like including the Requiem 3 relic there in the Endo. So naturally, we got to keep those because we completed the mission. And so now if you were choosing to kill the kuva liche, like we had mentioned earlier, you would just simply when you kill them, you get the weapon. So to get the weapon, you come back all the way here to the foundry, and it's just right here, kind of like in a ready to claim state, just kind of how this one is, and you can just immediately pick it up. It does not come with an Orkin catalyst automatically equipped. It does not come with any forma or anything else like that. It comes with just the raw weapon by itself. Now, the weapons can be ranked up to rank 40, but and you also have to have a open weapon slot in order to claim it. If you do not have an open weapon slot, then it'll prompt you, do you want to purchase one, etc. And then you'll come back here to your arsenal after you've got it, and it should be just in your inventory. So the current kuva liche weapons that are currently out in 2020, these won't be encompassing 2021, since 2021 hasn't happened yet. But we have the Kuva Concord, the Kuva Brahma, the Kuva Comb, the Kuva Ogress, the Kuva Hind, the Kuva Cortec, the Kuva Dracoon, and Kuva Chucker, and then the Kuva Karak. Those are all the primary weapons. Now, the secondary weapons, there's also quite a bit of them. You have the Kuva Seer, the Kuva Nukor, the Kuva Barak, the Kuva Twin Stubbas, the Kuva Kraken. Those are the 5 secondaries. And then, of course, you have the one Kuva Melee, which is the Kuva Shield Egg. So those are all the ones that are currently available as of today's date. In the future, they are coming out with a whole bunch of new weapons, including liches, the Grandum liches. They are going to have their own unique weapons. They're going to have their own unique ephemeras. Also, from the Kuva liches, there's a 20% probability that you can get one of their ephemeras. Whether you convert or kill, it does not really matter. You can get one of their ephemeras if like when you kill the Larvaling, it has one. So I'll show you what it looks like. There are currently quite a few of the Kuva liches ephemeras. They're all called Vengeful. And so we have the Vengeful Orbit. We have, sorry, not the Orbit, sorry, Vengeful Charge. You have the Vengeful Charge ephemera. You have the Vengeful Chill. It has like little frost things that come off of it. The Vengeful Flame, which is kind of like the Smoking Body ephemera, except it has a few more effects. The Vengeful Pull. You have like this particle effect that comes around you that's always oscillating towards you. The Vengeful Shockwave, which is a bunch of floating rocks. The Trickster ephemera, which is kind of like the aim glide, only except going up constantly. And then the Toxin ephemera, which kind of looks kind of cool. They all look really cool. I prefer to have the Lotus ephemera on this particular Warframe, but I do thoroughly enjoy my Volt's Vengeful Charge ephemera. It just looks so BA. It looks so nice. So, with that being said, the way you can tell if your Kuva Lich has an ephemera, like I said, like when you're inside of that Kuva Lich menu, you should be able, you'll pull it up, and you can see it has some ephemera around it. So that means when you kill or convert, it does not matter, whichever one you choose to, if you see something like this where it has something flashy or glowing around it like that, you will get that ephemera, one of the Vengeful ephemeras that you saw earlier. And that will be automatically granted to you, and you can just go into and equip it. But that's essentially what it'll look like. There's let's see, there's a Vengeful, let's see. I should have another one here that you can look at. So here's like a Vengeful Flame ephemera, as you can see. It looks very similar. Oh, let's see, that one doesn't have one. Oh, that one doesn't have one either. Let's see. I think I could have sworn I had another one. Let's see. I'm pretty sure. Wow, I've killed a lot of Kuva liches since the last time. Oh, there was one. So yeah, there's a Vengeful Toxin ephemera. So yeah, you can see there's a good idea on what it would look like if your Kuva lich was to have an ephemera. So yeah, it's pretty much all that's too. So you've seen a Kuva lich spawn in, you've seen the entire process of the Kuva lich. So just to go over one more time, in order to be able to do the Kuva liches all together, you got to first complete the Setna Junction on Pluto. You got to play through Kuva Siphon missions, and you got to obtain the Requiem relics. There are 4 of them, and you have to get several of each of them. They can also drop from the thralls, which you just saw in the last mission. And then most of the Siphon missions have a 50-50 chance of obtaining one. And then you got to crack open all the relics until you have all 8 mods. The idea behind getting all 8 mods is you can just keep on progressing towards and killing your Kuva lich. That way you can spend only a couple of hours. You can keep the when you go get your larvaling, you're going to do the Kasani capture target on Saturn. It's the fastest way of doing it. And you won't just stab it, you won't just hold X over it, you're going to be looking for specific weapons. Look for the weapons you want, not just stab it and then go with it, because otherwise you might be disappointed with like a Kuva Kraken. And then killing thralls guarantees that you're going to get a murmur, and it tells you the Requiem mod that you're going to have, but it doesn't tell you the order, and it increases the lich's enragement. Stabbing the Kuva liches tests the mods that you have equipped, and will tell you whether or not you got them. It will give you 10 murmurs towards knowing what the next Requiem mod is supposed to be, and it decreases the enragement bar of the Kuva lich, decreasing the probability that it's going to come into your missions. Again, the process is very, very long. Don't get discouraged. Just keep on pushing forward and continue to go out there, guys, and we'll see you next time on Warframe Breakdown. Peace.